Hello everybody, my name is Slimeakku, and to clear things up right now, I got permission from Creeps to make this video. He is aware we criticize some things he says and overall disagree with a lot he says, and that's perfectly fine. No, we don't have any discourse between us. This is the type of video you don't need to watch and you can just listen to in the background. I recommend you listen to the full thing because if you don't, then you're not going to understand much. And I also have comments about the video at the end. Without further ado, let's just jump into it. Hi guys, it's me, Slimeakku. Nothing fancy this time around or an essay video on this. Creeps today uploaded a video talking about Steam Age, and so some of us Reflourished Developers thought it'd be fun to react to it and see what he has to say.
This is gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'm here with PMix, Radiku, Bossinator, Plants, and Radiku.
Hello.
And yeah, we're just gonna
it's 56 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, it's an hour. He said it was gonna be long. He did say.
I mean, I wanted to I wanted to watch this by my I wanted to watch this myself, but then I thought, it would be more fun to watch with other devs for the first time.
Yeah,
I didn't expect it to be 56 minutes. Okay, I hopefully I have that much time on my hands. I think.
Okay, I hope so. Or this video's down the drain. Okay.
Someone keeps pausing it.
Today was a tough day for
Okay, there we
school.
go. Don't touch it.
He got his head flushed by the bullies 5 times consecutively during lunch. Lost his prized burrito. Now has a permanent fear of specifically creepy men coming in at night and staring at their eyeballs because of terribly fun and trying exercise. And now is exactly 26p less money than I had before. But I do eventually head back home and see a new notification from the absolute favorite and extremely handsome YouTuber they've inadvertently created an intense parasocial relationship with. And they just did a video on Reflourished. Wow. But wait. He recalls from some random stream that he didn't want to make a video on Reflourished because they hated it. So clearly this is now a hit piece, adding a final piece to a terrible— okay, this is a dumb bit. Look, this may come across as weird, but I have rules for this channel after a certain video, for a certain mod, got shown to the wrong audience. I may have inadvertently permanently soured a reputation for a mod with an ungodly amount of effort put behind it for, well, really forever? Whoops. Anyways, because of those shenanigans, I don't really want to portray—
let me pause. Do you think, I don't think Creeps made Eclipse lose its reputation. I think Eclipse just naturally lost its reputation because of casuals.
I don't think he's the reason, but I do think that video might have been a part of it. Like, a part.
Oh,
I don't
absolutely.
know. I'm at least glad that he's acknowledging that, his videos have a massive influence over, like, the public opinion. I'm glad he's acknowledging that.
I wish they didn't though, because I mean, people just like blindly listening to people and then like believing in anything they say, I think is stupid. Like, people should have more.
I think the problem is more so with the fact that there's no other source of this kind of content for PvZ, so there isn't really kind of a
yeah, that's definitely true.
There isn't like an ecosystem with multiple points of view, so it's all just what he thinks. And I think that putting it out there is fine, but like, people are gonna take it, at face value, and they're just gonna copy paste what they see on the
or
videos.
Developers are coming in.
That's really a problem with YouTube as a whole, though.
Yeah, people are just easy to influence, and it shouldn't be like that. People should obviously believe in what they believe in and not just take anyone's opinions at face value. I don't blame Creeps for people acting like that. That's their choice to believe it. Okay.
Yeah.
Continuing.
mods in a negative light anymore, which is why I haven't really made a video like that since. I only comment on mods I don't like if needs be, but I only really comment on relevant points in my conversations, and more so to show that I do know about them. And, well, if there ever was a poster child of that, it would be Reflourished. Reflourished is a mod made by so many people, but there are more people working in it than mod PvZ2 last I checked. But with various leads in PMix, PvZ fan, Slimeakku,
Slimeakku.
This mod is created as an expansion onto the original game, aiming to add new content and patch up bits and bobs from the original to make the experience better overall. Its links will be in the description if you want to try it out, which I do strongly recommend.
Thank
now,
you.
for total transparency here,
I really appreciate that.
was close to making a Reflourished video about 2 to 3 times at this point. I have plenty of issues with the mod, ranging from misunderstandings of how plant rolls work.
Wait. Nerf a banana damage like this
that.
doesn't matter considering how few damage thresholds this actually changes. Instead, making a casual and friendly plant more casual and friendly. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, this buff was oh my god, nerf. This nerf was pretty bad. At this point, like, we still didn't really hone in on a specific strategy for our balance changes. It was more so like the experimental stage, right, where we were just kind of like trying out different approaches to see what works, what doesn't.
Yeah, I mean,
this very much was a learning experience. So,
I mean, I personally like this version of banana just because it makes it harder to play with it if you go with banana only. But this was meant to be more for skilled players.
I don't know.
Since...
I never really liked it. It's just kind of a change that we did because a lot of people thought that banana was still like too powerful, and we didn't really want to make it like not powerful at all. So this was kind of like a compromise that didn't satisfy anyone. So yeah.
I mean, I always enjoy banana in any version, personally. I thought it was fun to use, but I
thought it was a little bit like unsatisfying.
I much prefer our current version. Like, I think us just deciding to go much more in casual direction was the right choice. Overall,
yeah,
for
I
all
think,
our recent balance
our
changes.
our new understanding of what our audience wants definitely has come to us because of all of these kinds of changes that we've done before. It's kind of difficult to understand like what kind of audience really plays your mod if your mod has not been on the market for like longer than a year. And obviously, once Reflourished came out, like suddenly it was on everybody's radar, and we really didn't know like in which direction to take the balancing in. So this change was very much a byproduct.
Yeah, our major market is basically casuals. Everyone. Yeah, you can't please everyone, and that was our fault. So we mostly go for casual balance.
Yeah,
changes.
we mostly go for casuals and people who just like messing around with decks, and just we've figured out that these kinds of changes, where it's just like minor stat changes that don't really have the full picture in them, nobody really likes those. It's much like changes are much better done. This is how we're kind of doing it right now, when we have a specific idea for what the playstyle of a plant should be, and then we twist around very, very specific stats in very specific ways to achieve that, instead of just like, oh, minus 200 damage because this and that.
Posted at Slimeakku here to make additional comment. I wanted to talk on Creeps making the remark that Reflourished does not understand plant rolls, but couldn't even get to word everything because PMix kept interrupting me. This is a common complaint I have with Creeps videos, is he will make remarks like this and then not elaborate it further, leaving it open for interpretation, and it really makes it confusing on what he means. Which the banana launcher nerf as an example doesn't really even address because his role was still intact, he was just nerfed. So I just find this statement to be wrong because not only does it have an implication we as devs do not know how to design, which we very much do, the success of Reflourished speaks for itself, and even the statement itself comes from personal viewpoints on what a rule for what plants are and if that aligns with the mod. A lot of mods outright completely rework a large selection of plants to have new identities, but Reflourished, a majority of the plants stay within their role and just get slight changes. Okay, let's continue because we're only 2 minutes in and we're already talking so much.
This is what I told you. This is why I don't want to be recorded, because I go on rants.
No, that's good though. It's
okay.
Substance. Okay,
free watch time. Let's go.
I'm pretty sure there's
If you join up Content as exclusively time limited and notoriously questionable at best level and world design.
Okay, that is.
All right. Yeah.
No, that's a very subjective change.
Yeah, that's a very subjective thing.
That's a very subjective
opinion. A lot
of
people prefer different types of levels, different types of worlds. Creeps doesn't like it, I think, for reasons that mostly tied to his preference.
Notice
But,
the jams
alright,
here. Metal
sure.
started this way. But I'm not. What does that mean though?
Well known
Notice
among
the
positive
jams.
community
Oh,
that
no,
I am
hold on,
part of.
wait.
Seriously.
Quick pause. Notice the jams here. Metal started this wave.
I guess because of the arcades.
I mean, I don't see how that's relevant, really. Like,
Okay, good.
you
Just
can,
keep
you can
going.
use
When
jams
I look
in
at a
so
level
many
like
different
One Day
ways.
49, I don't exactly look at it with joy in my heart. And that's an understatement. And don't get me started on the world.
Okay, but many people.
Expansion alone.
Go on.
Okay, but many people do. That's like many people's favorite level, or
Oh,
like
oh,
one
me
of the
too, me.
favorites.
I love
That's
modern day 49, right?
Yeah, I think this has a lot to do with what Creeps is looking out of a PvZ2 mod versus what we are actually like aiming to provide. He's looking for a much different experience from vanilla, and he's not going to find that. Obviously doesn't.
Most criticism we get of Reflourished comes from people looking for a very different experience, and you're not going to get that from the mod that aims to be vanilla PvZ2.
Yeah, like we want, like that's literally what the mod is. It's just more vanilla, but like polished up.
Anyways,
obviously.
let's go.
Create 2V's videos, and I really want to tear it to shreds, but no. Not today, nor anytime soon. Ultimately, these issues I have arise from my experience, and ultimately, I want people to get into mods. You won't know the things I do about Reflourished flaws because, more likely than not, you have not played those other mods that form my experience. I strongly recommend playing Reflourished yourself if you are at all interested in PvZ2, period. Not just interested in mods of fan games, but in the fact that it actually aims to continue the path of PvZ2 people like. It's an important mod to a lot of people, and I have never had any aim to discourage you from playing it. All that to say, well, when I say Steam Age is good, I mean it. Though I do mostly mean the second half. The first half is certainly a weak spot. Steam Age Part 2 is the first part of Reflourished I can straight up look at and consider actively fun. Elsewhere in Reflourished, I have to make my own fun. Except during Frostbite Caves expansion, specifically for reasons that one day I may cover. For Steam Age Part 2, though,
I think Creeps has said he really likes the Frostbite Caves expansion.
That's a bit weird because I think Frostbite Caves is like one of my least favorite expansions, but again, I think that also ties into preferences and like what you want from a mod. He also said in this video, I'm pretty sure, that he absolutely loathes the Wild West expansion, whereas like I absolutely love it. It's like one of my favorite expansions.
I enjoy.
A lot of this is very subjective and like very player to player focused.
I enjoy all the expansions except for probably Ancient Egypt, but that's because it's Ancient Egypt.
I hate. Okay, if I had to name two expansions that I really hate and wish I could redo, it would be Dark Ages, absolutely, and probably. You know what? Probably Frostbite Caves. I know I'm not that satisfied with it, but obviously Creeps likes it, so hey, someone likes it.
If there's anything I would do with the expansions, it's just like add like a new special to the ones that didn't get any, because like Dark Ages, Lost City, and Jurassic Marsh were my favorite because they had more content in them, more threats to fight.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, I'm a person who just loves to fight more things. I love variety.
Despite how negative this video will get, I have a lot of criticism here. My main goal here is relatively simple, showcasing what mods have become for people out of a loop, and for people who want to make their own mods, discuss various elements that need to be looked into during the process of making a new world. So, without further ado...
I really do not like that, because it's also very subjective how someone makes their mods.
Yeah.
Like, Reflourished has its own thought process when it comes to creating a mod, while something like Eclipse, for example, has a different thought process.
Yeah.
So the way you create a mod is going to be completely different from each other, depending on what your goal is going to be for that mod.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Different mods should aim for different things and different types of players. Because, like, at the end of the day, there are so many types of PvZ players out there, and I am very sure that there are still untapped ideas that some of those players would enjoy.
Yeah, one of the most unique mods to me in recent times is actually from Creeps, is Garden Rush. Like it plays like an entirely new game.
I've seen clips of Garden Rush. I think it's really well made. I like that
cool.
it's like, well, I'm a sucker for new. I'm a sucker for anything that isn't just ancient Egypt, pirate seas, Wild West again.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that he's basically overhauling the entire game. Like no mod has done that yet.
Yeah, I really commend Garden Rush for that.
Yeah, that's cool.
But yeah,
if you're making a PvZ2 base game where it has like ancient Egypt, Wild Seas, Wild West, or something like that, it's just base PvZ2. It doesn't need to follow like a set formula of rules. It can be different. It's subjective.
Okay, I think what he meant to say, in all fairness, is that Steam Ages in our mod could be used as like a piece of analysis that you could extract some ideas from for your mod.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, because
now that you put it that way, that makes sense.
Yeah, because I mean, like, this is kind of like, in my eyes, or at least from what I know, is that Steam Ages and Holiday Mashup are like the only times ever that people have actually like sat down and designed a proper world. Like, people have designed worlds before, but they don't play like PvZ2 worlds. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like to make the most bastardized example, Shuttle's Renaissance Age. It has Renaissance Age, but it's nothing like Renaissance Age. Or like other mods that port stuff.
Yeah, I think like if your goals align with the Reflourished goals of making worlds that feel like brand new worlds that are continuing from vanilla, like you can definitely look at Steam Ages for like ideas on how you can do that and like maybe extract some game design principles out of it. Like it's a good reference all in all, but only if you're aiming for that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I missed that. What did Creeps say that you were clarifying, PMix? That Plants mentioned. Was it the way to design worlds?
Yeah, you can look at Steam Ages like as in how you would design worlds.
Okay,
we'll
see.
I think is like, as I said, I think it's half right. Like, it depends entirely on what you're going for. But if you're going for something similar that we're going for, like, yeah, I think it's a good idea to like examine some stuff that we did. Take what you like, take what you dislike, and mold your own thing out of it.
Okay, yeah, because we'll just move on.
Let's get that world explained then, eh?
We're 3 minutes in.
Spoilers. I don't know if you care.
This will spoil every zombie, every plant. Okay.
Spoilers are PvZ2
Your
world.
childhood innocence.
But they will be here. Just saying. Steam Ages is a Chinese world poured over to Reflourished with a new gimmick. New zombies, reworked plants, and other nice new things. Its main gimmick is focused on sewers, which throughout the level can spawn backward zombies. You can't plant on them except for various wall plants, and these sewers can spawn all basic types and imps. Specials in this world include Gentleman Zombie, who will fly over all non-sunflower plants, Barrel Zombie, a newspaper-like, Coal Miner, a zombie which will drop coal on a cart's death into 2 adjacent lanes, Furnace, a zombie which will explode on death with a fire weakness and a cold resistance, Mechanic, a zombie which will flood the lane with tanky and speedy clockwork zombies, Inventor, who will fly over all plants with an extremely tanky balloon, and Repair Imp, who will drop a large machine on death that will heal adjacent mechs and this one woman for some reason. Insert joke here. The plants in this world include vanilla peanuts. Cattail as a limited range homing plant which attacks in essentially a big square. Vanilla, whom will sun the entire lane, for a longer time if the distance is high enough. Lily the Alchemy, which will occasionally throw armor-piercing potions that stall their targets. Maypole Mechanic, who will shoot a forwards bouncing projectile, and a rebounding projectile that deals heavy damage. And Lotus Roots, whom is just a shotgun. The minigame of this world is reverse
I love
engineering,
Lotus Root,
which I don't think is ever set in the game, with to prevent the backwards zombies from touching the blueprints, or you lose instantly. I want to make sure everything's understood, so I'm going to talk about each of these elements individually. But where to start? I mean, we have 7 whole special zombies to cover. Which one could possibly be the most important, and worth dedicating an entire section to?
Can you just pause?
You played this world. You saw us coming a mile off.
Okay, can you pause for a second?
Yeah. What's
I don't think you can say one is the most important, because like that's if you're gonna design a world, you should not look at zombies that way. You should not be thinking, oh, which special that I'm making is gonna be the most important. Like, in my opinion, if you're gonna go design a world, you should definitely the first thing you should think of is how are these zombies going to interact with the gimmick and with each other. That's the most important. Looking at all of them individually, like, I mean, you can do that, I guess, but it's all about the interplay of different elements at the same time.
Yeah,
okay, continue.
Yeah, the most important thing about special design is how they interact with the world's mechanic. That's like how...
And each other. Don't forget, and each other.
I don't agree so much on that. I think it's more important they interact with the mechanic to complement it.
Yes, but they can also do that and synergize.
Yeah, they can synergize with each other, because, I mean, Steam Age Part 2 specials do that, but there's also, like, a good handful of worlds in PvZ2 where they don't synergize with each other and more so complement the world mechanic.
Could you say, like, one example of them?
I think, I think the main one for me would be, like... Frostbite Caves. They more so play off the frost winds and slider tiles. Like, you have certain zombies that
I don't know. I think all of them kind of synergize with each other, because like they fill in for each other's weaknesses.
Oh well. Oh, so that's
of synergy.
What I mean. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Like they directly interact with each other.
No. I mean just like they each fulfill a role that, when like separately viewed, is only like a piece of the puzzle. For example,
right.
You know, you have in Frostbite Caves, you have Dodo, which is gonna go over the slider tiles, but has like a weakness to
the Blover,
has a weakness to Blover, Hurricane. But then he can be supported, and he can also be stopped by certain walls, and he can then be supported by Hunter, who freezes those walls. And that can further, you know, then Hunter can freeze stuff, Dodo dies, but there come the weasel. Like, you get what I mean.
Okay, I thought you meant directly interact with each other with synergy. Okay, but
no. By synergize, I just mean, like, they play into each other's roles.
Okay, moving on.
Priest Clockwork Zombies. What I didn't mention, though, was his stats. Mechanic has 3,000 health, almost as much as a full gosh dang Gargantua. And the Clockworks he spawns are no slouches either. Each of these has a full 900 HP, or in between a Conehead and a Buckethead.
Remember when Mechanic...
That's a nice editing. It's a nice editing trick. He is he's moving the PNG like how Clockwork's moving.
I love that.
He's also spawned at Column 7, and will spawn every 15 seconds. Fun fact, do you know how much damage a P-Shooter does in 15 seconds? It hits 10 times for a clean 200 damage. When a mechanic's on a lane, you need to do 4.5 times P damage just to clear the Clockwork Zombie before the next spawns.
I don't think P's a good reference for PvZ2 vanilla. Like, I really don't think that's a good reference. Realistically, basically any plane of the game is gonna do way more than that.
You know, fun fact, the hardest level in Steam Age is beatable with only P-Shooter.
Alright, Azazel beat it with only P-Shooter, right?
Yeah, it's Steam Age Day 20, the hardest... The consensus among the community is the hardest level. One of our devs beat it with only P-Shooter as his attacker. That's going to be hell, but...
I'm so proud of that. I wanted to make that level specifically very painful.
Oh, fuck.
Didn't we buff Mechanic after that, though?
No.
No,
you're thinking about his original stats where he had 1,000 health. To explain this, so you're... Actually, no, I want to hear Creeps talk about Mechanic first, then I can probably lead into...
Which, if you hadn't clicked yet, is a lot. This guy is one of the most dangerous zombies in the entirety of Reflourished up to this point. He is an absolute piece of crap, who wants nothing more than to flush your head down the toilet 5 times, give you trauma about a creepy man coming in at night and stealing your eyeballs. So yeah, he's kinda cool. Kinda. It's complicated. I think the main element of Mechanic worth mentioning here and the main reason he has his own section is a minor footnote in how his ability works. Unlike something like King, Mechanic Zombie has an incredibly dangerous synergy with the other most dangerous zombie in this world. Himself. He can stack with himself, unlike King and other zombies like him. Two mechanics can make clockwork zombies in the same tile if you don't kill the first one quickly enough. But it's fine. It's not as if the second level they're using spawns them 4 times from wave 7 to 10 in a 2-flagger level with a dangerous gimmick or anything. And especially not in a spawn pan, where yes, they can absolutely double up on each other, and there wouldn't be remote.
If you're curious, the chances about... Wait, what's this? If you're curious, the chances about 16 to 25 or 64%, assuming neither of the first 2 mechanics die. Wait, what is this talking about? The chance for
I think
them...
it's the chance that they pile up on top of each other.
Oh,
Although,
okay.
like, okay, one thing, you like, yeah, sure, they can pile up on each other, but counterpoint, lava guava, counterpoint, cherry bomb, counterpoint, like, whatever. You can deal damage to both of them at the same time so much more easily with a lot of instas if they're directly on top of each other.
He'll probably get
And
into
general
that.
flash plans.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll skimp out on that.
Totally difficult for that to happen, and in fact,
We see
more
him use a
likely
lot
going to
of
happen than
split.
not. Side note, level 20 is considered the highest level in the world by many, including myself. I wonder if a certain zombie contributes to that at all, in a significant way. Jokes aside,
I would
stack mechanics
never.
are the murder button. They are the single scariest thing a Steam Ages level can shove in your face. And honestly, most levels in general. It's to the point that you need to be prepared to deal with them whenever they spawn. Especially when, for a zombie I would genuinely consider as about as dangerous as Gargantua, if they don't die immediately, they spawn a ton in Steam Ages levels featuring him.
Okay, so this is something I've heard Creeps say a lot about Mechanic, is that he's... What the fuck's going on with the repair box there?
Wait, what? Where?
On the sewer. Middle tile.
What's
Great question.
But
Wait, what?
I
Where?
don't see it.
Am I blind?
are we? I don't see it.
We're at the 8-minute
I
20...
think we desynced.
Are we in the
Because-
8-minute 21-second mark?
Yeah, I'm
we're
at
at
22.
Okay,
see
I
it.
got
Same.
22.
the repair
22.
box is behind the sewer right there, next to the moon.
Oh, I think it's covered up by the sun for us.
Okay.
Wait. What time again?
Anyways, whatever. That's not the point. Do you believe... Because Creeps believes this wholeheartedly, and I don't believe in it. Do you think Mechanic is a Garg threat? As Garg tier threat?
No. I
Not
think
really.
he's below Garg.
So,
Definitely. Like, he's above King and maybe even Fisherman, but definitely below Garg.
So what I think... Okay, so let me give some developer insight. Mechanic used to have 1,000 health, and you're already thinking some things. Let me continue. Clockwork had around 600 health, like he had like 230 for base, and then like 600 something for armor. And the reason why they got such a huge health buff is when we implemented their animation. So originally Mechanic spawned a Clockwork every 10 seconds instead of 15, and he only took up 1 tile space. When we implemented his animations, his hitbox was adjusted to then take up 2 tiles, and then, because of the animation itself, he now took 15 seconds to spawn a Clockwork. With those original health stats, which Steam Ages was balanced throughout, he got completely shredded. Everything just completely destroyed him, and he...
Also, don't forget one important thing is that before we implemented his animations, he would just roll in and immediately spawn a Clockwork, basically.
Yeah.
But now, it took him so long just to spawn the first one. And because it took him so long to spawn the first one, you could, like, decimate him before he even gets the chance to do anything.
Yeah, he basically got shredded. Then we tried doubling his health, still shredded. 3,000 was the mark where he was actually able to contribute to the way he used to. So his balance essentially stayed the same, we just made it beefier. And all the levels still flowed through. We made sure, obviously we made sure everything still played the way it did, and we adjusted things where necessary, but... even then, I still don't think Clockwork is a Garg tier threat because, I mean, Mechanic, because he's there's just a lot you can just abuse him with. The main counter is Magnet Shroom, and that like completely trivializes his Clockworks.
I disagree there. I don't think it completely trivializes. I think it definitely makes it a lot easier, but it doesn't trivialize.
Yeah.
But
it doesn't trivialize.
One important thing, like one of the most important distinctions between Garg and Mechanic is the fact that Garg is an active threat, whereas Mechanic is a passive threat. Mechanic himself doesn't actually do anything. He just spawns stuff. And if you keep like dealing with the stuff that spawns in a consistent manner, he basically like he just sits there.
Yeah.
Whereas Garg, he's consistently being an active threat, meaning that as long as he's on the lawn, he's gonna be making his way through that lane. Gonna be crushing your planes, throwing that imp, and you gotta deal with him, otherwise he's gonna reach the mower. And he himself has a lot of health and is moving. Whereas Mechanic is kind of that concept, but split in two, I guess you can look at it, is like he has a lot of health, but he's not the one doing the action. He's the one who enables the action doing.
Mainly the reason he has all that health is just because he soaks up so much damage that he needs it.
That's also true. Also, don't forget, he has a huge hitbox. Like a huge hitbox. Especially apparent when you're using Rotobega and Starfruit. Like, he gets hit by so many like stray projectiles.
Yeah, he basically soaks up everything. That's why he has a lot of health. And yeah, like his super hard counter is, well, I guess technically Instance or Banana Launcher, but like to his Clockworks that he spawns, Magnet, Shroom, and Lotus Root are his hard counters that if you use those on Clockworks, and well, for Lotus Root specifically, as long as you keep him protected, you can basically take care of Clockworks no problem.
Yeah.
So I don't think Mechanic's a Garg tier threat because there's plenty of ways to counter him.
I do agree with Geometry. I think he's close to a Garg threat, but there's just too much fundamentally different with him and Garg to be able to confidently say that they're interchangeable in a level. I don't think that's true.
I don't think that's what Creeps20. He's just like on the same sort of threat level, but in his own ways.
Still disagree there, but okay.
Yeah, I do disagree with that. I think Mechanic is like, yeah, definitely up there with zombies like Keen, Fisherman, Octo, those kinds of zombies that are a pain in everyone's necks. But the difference is Mechanic's fun.
I think he's the most fair out of those kind of very annoying disabler zombies, because with Octo you're kind of like locked in terms of what you can do against him, but for Mechanic you can counter him in so many different ways. You can set up entire contraptions that are just clockwork killing like torture machines. Yeah,
so I don't count Instance as a counter to any zombie because they counter all of them just as equally. So like the thing is, Mechanic has counters. Garg doesn't really have counters because like the most effective way to deal with Gargs is Instance, but like that applies to basically every single zombie. That
I guess Banana as well.
Our Banana Launcher current one, yes, I believe that's our new Garg counter, and I love it.
Yeah, me too.
All right, let's go on.
Which just so happened to be most of them. Mechanic is used in every single level post-introduction, bar exactly 3. He shows up a ton in his world, and in almost every level, is the main character. You know, movies have that one character on a poster played by a famous actor, and just utterly shove it in your face? Mechanic is that guy. He's on every piece of promotional material. He's in the trailer all the way through.
Oh shit.
He is the face of a movie, or in this case, the world itself. Which isn't necessarily a terrible thing. See, Mechanic synergizes incredibly well with every other element of a world. He's an incredible support zombie, which means he works very well with every other special in the world.
Yes! Thank you, Creeps! Finally! See, this is what I... Can you pause? Can you pause?
Wait.
See, this is what I dislike immensely when someone criticizes, oh, Mechanic is overused, Mechanic is overused. Oh yeah, but there's a reason why he's so overused. Because he himself can synergize into any level with Steam Age's zombies. Like, sure, you have some breaks from him, obviously, but like,
3.
because he synergizes so well, he creates a different scenario whenever he's used. It's not like you're just doing the same thing over and over again, because again, he synergizes with everything else. So glad that video brought that up.
Yeah, I don't believe in arbitrarily neutering a zombie's use if it's that good.
Yeah. If he's just that good and that versatile, like, why not use him more?
Want.
Also, his art bangs. His art
his
and animation bangs so hard.
Oh,
yeah, so much.
Guaranteed to throw colon at minimum column 6. This is genuinely great synergy, and even zombies like Gentleman Repair Imp are absolutely not complaining about his help. Plus, they even work well with sewers. Steam Age's main shtick is field control, a war for space, where mechanic is both a zombie that takes up 2 tiles on the lawn, but also produces...
I keep seeing this footage. What is this setup, Creeps? I'm sorry. What is this?
Yeah, Infinite in Steam Ages is incredibly questionable.
a lot of zombies to reliably screw over a large chunk of said fields, which helps make mechanic overuse not completely unwarranted. And this is to completely ignore that, visually, mechanic is completely fantastic.
I know.
As someone who has animated a
Whoa, okay, I've never seen this plant in action. That looks really good.
plant by
That looks
themselves,
funny.
I can confirm.
He has like these giant giant boils on
Strawberries.
it. No, those are like giant cyst-filled boils.
The amount of work put into this thing is immense and completely insane.
Absolutely.
So having it be used so much
forgot, how
isn't
many people
exactly
animate
unjustifiable.
mechanic again?
However, this does not change the fact that the levels would...
Let me tell
Oh,
you.
shush.
It was me, Gene, you, Redico. For animators, I think that's it, but there were also artists. Whatevs made the main thing. Pina did the degrades.
Yes.
Gene
And
did some
Sammy-
edits.
Sammy did the Clockworks.
Right, yeah, Sammy did the Clockworks, and...
Yeah, like basically the entire art and animation team worked on this one zombie.
And this
Isn't
one
exactly
zombie specifically delayed Steam Ages Part 2 several times.
Yeah. So
God,
worth
I
it
still
though.
remember working on that.
Yeah, so worth it.
Okay,
Also,
so
by the way,
that's why-
let's not even mention the fact how much I had to do sound design for this guy, because he needed sound for every single little thing he does, as well as like the clockworks moving and eating, and I mean, it was fun. It was fun. For a lot of those sounds, I literally used my kitchen utensils and just kind of banged them together.
Oh wow.
I
If
can just
someone,
imagine
if someone is
pasta.
curious about the Do Not Rush art context, here it is. That's the context.
As the context.
All right. He was about to say something, like I think a criticism. Let's hear it.
Viable. However, this does not change the fact that the levels without mechanic are some of the most important levels in
Okay,
the
never mind.
entirety of Part 2, as they are forced to rely on other enablers instead, which makes them far more interesting and a very nice variety. I do think
More
mechanic is a good
interesting,
zombie
I don't know
novel-
about that. Variety,
I do think we could have used like maybe one more level without mechanic, but I'm pretty satisfied with the. I very much
we
do.
could
like
have,
them.
we could have, but
We kind of
I don't know, I don't think-
inadvertently
oh my
made
god,
mechanic.
I don't think it's that big of a deal, honestly.
No,
We
I
kind
don't
of
think it is.
We kind of accidentally made mechanic our poster child.
Accidentally? What do you mean
Throughout a lot of-
accidentally? We treated him like a little prince.
Yeah, he went from foster home to foster home. What do you mean?
He fucking created a whole new chief type. Like ever since mechanic existed, I've seen so many more artists in this community make their own fan chief types.
That is a W if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I always loved the chief type from PvZ2 China. That's why I pushed for mechanic to go from a bully to a chief, is because this would be such a good opportunity to introduce them.
Okay, continue the video.
shenanigans to occur, but I think is indeed a suffocating presence on the levels themselves. I think if they were spawned less in some of the levels they were in, this wouldn't be as huge of a deal. But this overuse is extremely noticeable, and probably the biggest misstep around Part 2, but hey, at least it ain't Jester. And like that, I've already written a crap ton about a single zombie. Be glad.
I don't know about that. Like, he is used frequently in the levels that do use him, but I've always found, like, how do I say this? Whenever he is used a lot, I kind of feel that makes the level more interesting as opposed to less interesting, or less engaging. Yeah, that's the word, engaging. Because I don't know, whenever I see mechanics, I'm kind of glad to counter them, honestly. Like, there's so many different ways they can go about them. And again, because they synergize so well with everything else in the world, and because vanilla pacing is extremely fast, I think it works well. I don't know what to say there.
Yeah, I basically agree.
It ain't Jester. And like that, I've already written a crap ton about a single zombie. Be glad I don't plan to write as much about all of them. In fact, I can consolidate most of them into a single section. The Eternal Dingus Parades. Because to be blunt, they aren't nearly as important or interesting.
No, I very much disagree. I think most of them are just as interesting as Mechanic. As cool as Mechanic is, I also really love the other Steam Age specials.
I feel like whenever you kind of designate zombies like dinguses, the dingus role, I mean, however funny it is, I feel like you're kind of missing the point, because again, those zombies aren't meant to be interesting by themselves. They're meant to be interesting in the context of the world and each other, you know? Gentleman by himself isn't really that interesting, but in the world of Steam Ages, with the sewers as the gimmick and the other specials to play off of, his presence makes sense.
Yeah, very much. We'll see what he has to say.
Don't have anything much to say about, and are generally background plays and they appear in. Think of them in the same headspace as something like, say, Bug Zombie, or Dota Rider, or Explorer. They have abilities, but they tend to simply be there, and are defined usually as a supporting cast. Hardly noticeable, but they are technically there, and worth discussion.
I think he just undermines those zombies way too much.
Creeps, like, okay, no, never mind. He has Hot Potato. I was like, Creeps, why are you playing modern PvZ2 Frostbite Caves without a fire plant? But no, he has Hot Potato.
They are technically there, and worth discussion. Barrel zombies.
Yeah, I don't know. Not worth discussion and are just there feels extremely reductive. Like, those zombies do their thing. They don't have to be insanely oppressive about it. They contribute to the world as a whole. Like, again, they don't have to be super impactful to contribute to a world.
Yeah, it sounds super hand-wavy about their design, because even though they might not have the same love and attention or impact as Mechanic does, like, they still very much need to be
Bug
there.
Zombie he listed as an example. Like, I think Bug Zombie is a pretty nicely designed zombie for Lost City, because Lost City is all about aggression and kind of going deep into your defenses. And Bug Zombie plays nicely with that concept, as well as just adding pressure. They can add pressure real quickly.
Throwing armored basics like halfway into your lawn.
Alright, let's see what he has to say.
Okay, first is Barrel.
To be honest, he fits the world fine, but in the same way that adding Barrel Roll to Wild West for a single level to push a spike with endangered plant level works fine. His traits aren't specific.
That's such a weird comparison. I don't see what he meant there. Such a weird comparison.
Yeah, that confused me.
World, and they certainly aren't distinct or interesting to play around. Realistically, the only unique element about Barrel is how his damage works, where it's always double that of a basic, enraged or not, though this really doesn't play in the Steam Age as much at all.
No, huge disagreement. He absolutely does play into Steam Age. He's a barrier breacher. Since the whole world's about planting walnuts around, he works into really neutering them. Like,
yeah, and like, the whole world is about protecting yourself on two different fronts, right? The back and the front. This guy is one of the primary zombies that's gonna be destroying your front. Like, not in the same way as Coal Miner, but Coal Miner can be countered by stuff that Barrel can't be countered with, you know? He works well with Coal Miner in his whole, like, Breacher status.
Yeah, part 1 specials are all barrier breachers, barrel roller, and that coal miner, and
Gentleman
barrel.
isn't a barrier breacher. He doesn't breach anything. He's specifically just the guy who's gonna destroy your sun production.
No, I think
and that works
plays
well.
into it, though. That's what I mean.
Yeah, it plays into it, but he isn't one of them. Okay, I'll get to that when we get to Gentleman.
Okay.
The closer you get is that it somewhat count as melee, but that's a stretch at best, and even then, that doesn't feel like something unique to Barrel. As Coal Miner, Inventor to an extent, Furnace and so on already do that. He is one of the first specials in the world, but it's very telling that for a huge chunk of part 2, he is just straight up gone from his zombie selection. And I do mean a lot, his disappearance looks like this for some reason.
Wait,
That's not that... I mean, he
17,
appears
18,
in
19,
a lot
20.
of levels still.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Again,
7,
he's
8.
meant to be a
That's not
barrier
levels.
breacher, but like a less... Again, he's a less menacing breacher.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the second.
I don't see
special
why.
introduced.
I don't see why it's bad to have several different tiers of like barrier breachers, and he's like the lowest tier.
I mean, that's 9 levels. I think that's a good chunk for him still, but like he also appeared a lot in part 1 that like, you know, that some part 2 specials needed more room. It's not that he's underwhelming.
Yeah.
It's odd.
I mean, you tell me, Slimeakku, you designed like the level plans, right?
Yeah.
Was that your intention?
Was that my okay, I actually do need to check real quick how I wrote the level plans. Oh god, people are going to see this, so I gotta censor this part. Where is it? Steam Age Part 2. Plannings. Okay, yeah, I did write what specials appear, so mechanic versus... Yeah, I mean... so... Specials besides the obvious Gentleman and Furnace. So, when I wrote the level plans for Steam Age Part 2, sometimes I left it, up for grabs of what the level designer wants to put in. Specials, barrel, coal miner, armor as mechanic. I mean, it wasn't my intention to underuse any zombies. I just used the zombies how I saw would benefit the level the most.
Yeah.
That's how I
pretty much
designed
how
the
we
levels,
do all
basically.
levels.
Yeah, so I know like some people view designing levels that there needs to be like certain restrictions made, like 3 to 4 specials, or make sure all specials are used equally throughout the world or whatever. We don't do that. That's very arbitrary.
I think it's not arbitrary if that's the kind of mod you're making, but that's not the kind of mod that we are making.
For our mod, it's insanely arbitrary and doesn't contribute. Like,
yeah,
unless
for our mod, it's arbitrary.
it like if I want my level to have 3 to 4 specials or less, then I'll do that. Like Steam Age 27 uses only 2 specials.
Our approach is first and foremost variety. Reflourished has so many levels, so many different types of zombies. We try to push for variety as much as we can. Variety in levels. That means short levels, long levels, medium-sized levels, levels with a lot of specials, levels with few specials. Like, again, it would kind of go against the point of variety if we restricted it to that. Mm-hmm. Plus, we also try to spark creativity for our level makers as much as possible, and we don't want to limit what they can use for their creativity. So, yeah.
Yeah.
We're doing it a bit differently.
So yeah, for some levels in Steam Age Part 2, I wrote explicitly what zombies use, and some I said, choose what you want.
Yeah, because we just wanted to allow our level designers to get creative with what we offered.
Okay.
Also shows up an ungodly man in Part 1, where he does show up in every single level post his intro, except for level 15. He doesn't exactly make the world any worse, but he isn't making the levels any better by his presence alone.
I disagree. Slimeakku, you take this one.
Well, I mean, that's just, like, really vague.
Also, I think it's something that you can't exactly measure or determine. Like, how do you measure a level being better or not? That's very subjective.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah.
the only thing I can say is that it's insanely subjective because Barrel Zombie's presence throughout the entirety of Part 1 never bothered me.
Yeah. Again, I feel like he does his role well. His role isn't like a world-shattering thing. He's just there to provide more support to zombies that are trying to breach your front lines. Like,
Yeah.
it's a simple zombie with a simple goal, and it does that goal fine.
Yeah, like, with Part 1 especially, I really enjoyed those levels for its variety in sewers. Like, Part 2 kind of took a step back from that to focus more on the new cast of characters. But Part 1, I love them both equally, but I think I might like Part 1 a little bit more because...
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the sewers are so dynamic in there. It was so fun coming up with unique setups. Like Garlic Fat Beat and Electric Current are so viable in Part 1, but in Part 2 they kind of have to... You can't really do that so much because of the new specials, since they're the main focus in the sewers.
Yeah, I can understand that perspective. I still prefer Part 2 a lot more because I just
the levels
like
are very fun
pressure.
in Part 2.
Yeah, yeah. I like pressure a lot in my levels, and Steam Age's Part 2 delivers on that a lot.
Yeah, for me, I enjoy playing with plant decks, so that's why I like Part 1 the most, is because it gives me more room and time to do things.
Yeah, that's fair.
To the next super Dingus zombie, Inventor. I'll be honest, Inventor just kinda got shafted, just generally. The way their stats work, they are essentially a flying brickhead with a weakness to magnets, blover, and poinsettia, instead of chili bean, mines, and most walls. It's to a point I don't really have much to say. They can sometimes work as an enabler of repair and furnace, but will lack synergy for formers a bit frustrating. But it can heal them while they're on the ground, because armor can't be healed, yet they were still included on the list, despite the fact they must have known it wouldn't work in the...
Our
In other
official
words,
explanation is that her gear is what's getting repaired. Like, the gear that she wears, that's the stuff that's getting repaired.
Yeah, we knew... Okay, so to pause that for a moment, we knew very well how armor works in PvZ2. When Steam Age Part 2's dev diary came out, I'm gonna be blunt. There were a couple of backseat game designers that are like, we designed the zombie wrong. No, we didn't. We knew fully well what was happening. We worked on this world for an entire year. It is intentional that Inventor gets healed when her balloon is destroyed. We did not want to code her off Bug Zombie because that's 2 more counters she doesn't need.
Yeah, that would be Butter countering her, which would be just extremely weird for what the design of her was going for. And
Bonk Choi would
does
insta-kill
Bonk
them.
really need to counter her? Like, really?
No, we didn't want that. The entire point was to give her magnetable armor.
Yeah, I do admit, when I was designing Inventor Zombie, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, just as a concept, I did want... Actually, no, Repair Imp got thought of a way later. Whenever we thought of Repair Imp, I did want Repair Imp to heal Inventor's balloon, but because that's not viable in coding, I was like, okay, fine, we're fine. Whatever, it's not that big of a deal.
No.
And then we kept it so that she gets healed when she's off of her balloon, which again, I think is fine, works for what it is. And yeah, as Slimeakku said, we did not want to code her off of Bug Zombie.
Yeah, there's also a couple other zombies that are just like...
Also, honestly, I think it might be
heals.
better that her balloon doesn't get healed because, like, it doesn't really need it.
Yeah, like how Repair Imp doesn't heal Mechanic. Thank God that doesn't happen.
Yeah, again, a lot of stuff changed between idea and final product because in the idea phase, I also wanted Repair Imp to heal Mechanic.
He was
Obviously,
supposed to.
that didn't... Yeah, he was supposed to, but that didn't end up happening, and I think it's for the better.
Yeah, it didn't end up happening because hard-coded.
I mean,
Mechanic's in his heal
initially-
list, but healers cannot heal mini-boss type
General.
zombies. Generals,
Yeah.
yeah. Mechanic's built off a general for his animations.
We are
Alright.
only 13 minutes in.
Yeah, let's keep
The
going.
exact reverse of what the interaction should be, which is dumb.
Just by removing Inventor from the list, fixing the bug itself is more or less impossible, so
Yeah,
just make
it's not a bug.
Again, it's
That's
not
the
a
thing. It's not a bug. She's meant to get healed on the ground. That's intentional.
fixing the bug is no. I think he means armor can't be healed. I've thought it through. I think Roman healers being unable to heal armor is honestly significantly for the better, because it would just make basics so annoying. Like that's a discussion
Probably.
of its own, but I think it's honestly better that Roman healers can't heal armor.
Either way, I blame Hardcode.
But anyways, we're not removing Inventor from the heal list. We don't make changes like that.
And I hope
Also, it's not a bug.
Otherwise, there's not much to say about them. They also have a lot of overlap with Gentleman, a similarly flying zombie with the HP of Conets. Unlike Inventor, they are far faster, and will also stop flying to eat Sunbruisers. Considering the most used Sunbruiser is the one with a low HP,
I see more Sunstrom than anything else.
this is actually shockingly dangerous, and Day 30 in particular made great use of his zombie. He works alright with backward zombies to give him a bit of protection, and he has deceptively high HP, to the point he can catch you off guard. Having Conet HP for a zombie like this is genuinely a lot more than you'd expect, and being able to screw a Sunclock...
It's a powerful hat. Like that's a very powerful. It's a very high class hat.
True.
Field is a shockingly relevant ability. He's a zombie that has grown on me, mostly to part 2 using him much better than part 1 did. Though, I will briefly bring up his audio as being actively terrible, and
Oh my god. I don't know.
No, you're offended. Creeps, my little
Damn,
British
go
boy.
down. Calm down.
Sorry, I got a cough still. No, you're wrong about the Creeps. Objectively wrong.
Yeah, objectively wrong.
The
And here's
gentleman.
why.
The gentleman is
You
the
should
most
say that in
classiest
gentleman.
zombie.
standing so out of place, I
This is
refuse to play
gentleman
Steam Age with
voice.
sound effects on.
Wow, boy. No.
Oh, boy.
I take that. No, you're offended. No, the British jokes hit too close to home.
It's seriously rough at times.
Bloody plant.
While with Barrel and Inventor,
That was good. That's good voice acting.
I think the world could totally function fine without them. Gentleman is a very solid rapid threat for the early and mid game, and combos quite nicely with the two main enablers in the world, Coal Miner and Mechanic, both letting them get much further without taking damage, and
Miner
allowing
and
them to make a
Mechanic
final
need
mad dash
enablers,
towards the end. He isn't usually a huge problem, but he often threatens a problem. Repair Imp is much less Dingusy, but way too late to really feel like a full part of the world, to me at least. While Barrel only felt slapped in, Repair Imp literally was slapped in far later in development, which is
Yeah, I mean that is true, but he
I don't know. I feel like
He
you
was
can make this point
slapped-
for every single special introduced last in a world.
he was slapped in before the levels were made, so so everything was tied together with him being put in mind.
Yeah, like the levels were planned around with him existing.
Yeah, so like again, like it took us a good while to want to make the levels because the initial idea was to wait for mechanics animations to be made because he would affect the spawn times, as I mentioned earlier, with the placeholder mechanic and final mechanic, and how that screwed up his entire balance. But eventually we just said fuck it and started to make the levels. But Repair Imp was part of the roster. Like, yeah, sure, like initially it was supposed to just be 3 specials, but Repair Imp's inclusion was added to synergize with that roster.
Also, we made sure that we introduced all the zombies as fast as we could without messing with the pacing, so that we had as much time with all of the specials established as we could. And what, 26, I think, is the level that introduces Repair Imp?
Yeah,
Like, that still leaves 5 levels with him.
yeah, that's really
that's
all you
like-
need.
Yeah, that's all you need. Like, he's a cherry on top. You already have all of these zombies, and he's just like the last piece of the puzzle. There you go.
All right.
You can somewhat feel in the game as in terms of the world itself, his utility is, well, somewhat questionable at times. In terms of targets he can heal in Steam Ages, there are 4 out of about 9 specials if you count the sub-zombies. Inventor is among them, who is more so an error, so I'm gonna cut the...
This is not an error.
It's not an
Matthew.
error.
Then you get Clockwork Zombies spawn by Mechanic, but those have most of their HP and armor,
Yeah, that's intended.
something that Repair Imp cannot heal whatsoever. so he only can really heal the last 300 HP. Enough to be somewhat challenging, but usually
That last 300 HP is a 400 heal rate, so basically when a Clockwork is in his heal box, it's invincible unless you do an absurd amount of damage. Hello?
Oh,
You guys have anything to add to that?
no, not really. You said it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
the extra distance doesn't result in too huge a loss.
I'm used to you just, like, adding a lot.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
himself.
have anything to add.
Has a hard counter and magnet that can instantly kill him, and provides tons of utility against other zombies. So if this ever really becomes a problem, you have a direct counter button against Repair Imp and
The direct counter is a double-edged sword, so it can be good and bad, because the hard counter, because it can kill him early, will put the healing box closer to the zombie side, which can then act as cover and early healing for the zombies.
Also, consider the fact that a lot of repair stations in the same area, like, intersect, meaning that they can literally make zombies invincible.
I wish the healing boxes could heal each other. That'd be so funny.
Just an infinite loop.
Repair Imp. This leaves exactly one zombie it can heal, which can prove
Okay, no. So what I know what he's doing. It might be your wording, Creeps, but I really don't like this. Like, you're trying to put these arguments in place of, like, for example, what you said about Clockwork. Oh, he has armor, so you can't really heal him until the faceplate comes off. And then you're kind of going off, like, dissecting them further to just reduce it to, oh, he can only heal one zombie. No.
I feel like a lot of points he makes are just reduction onto reduction onto reduction onto reduction. Like, instead of viewing all of the zombies as, like, their own separate moving mechanics inside of the world, he's, like, reducing all of them to their, like, most core essence, and in process completely removes what makes them the zombies that they are.
Yeah, I think the reduction thing does not work, because that's you can say that on paper, but that very much does not happen.
Like,
in
yeah,
practice.
if you reduce Clockwork Zombie down to only 300 health, so it doesn't matter, like, then yeah, it works, but that's a reduction. Like, that's not representative of reality. And also, if you can reduce inventor's an error, so it doesn't matter because it got reduced to an error. Like, that's not really a good way to analyze stuff, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I think that is a terrible way. Execution matters more than paper.
to be a serious issue.
There is a fallacy
Furnace.
about that, but I don't
But
remember the name.
Even then, the synergy can sometimes be dubious at best. Don't get me wrong,
What do you mean by dubious?
it can
Just let
be a
him
danger.
cook, okay?
Furnace getting a little further is genuinely a huge fear, and the station heals 400 HP every 2 seconds, so you really need to overpower it. But then you remember
So that makes you do say the heal rate of the Thanes, but then you like earlier dismissed Clockwork's 300 health, but Furnace has less health. Actually.
Okay, let's not be like let's not be like those guys on the Muppets criticizing everything. Let's just watch.
No, but I think it's important to pause to talk about these points and also transformative.
It is, but if I'm gonna be honest, I'm starting to get out of breath.
fire deal extra damage to Furnace zombie.
We've been recording for a solid hour at this point.
No, that's good though.
Well,
And
we're
denies
never gonna
Repair
get
Imp
this
his
done.
ability to drop his machine entirely if your defense is fire-based. On the other hand, though, that's putting way too much focus on his healing ability. The actual danger is that he is a zombie that, on death, will
The actual danger, no.
kill the
No,
plant
the
he was
actual danger is
eating
healing.
and drop a gravestone with 1000 HP that can also sometimes heal the zombies around it.
Not
Yes,
sometimes.
1000
It's way
HP
more frequent than
on
you're
top
making it
of
out
his
to be.
already
Yeah,
It is.
Can you pause? Like, if you have played Brain Drain Factory at any point, you would understand what I'm talking about.
No.
You would absolutely understand where I'm coming from when I say the healing is absolutely the biggest danger.
I noticed he didn't even, or at least hasn't mentioned that Repair Imps can also heal each other, so that can help them push further
Oh yeah,
in.
that's another huge thing. Absolutely, it lets them get further into your defenses.
He did talk about Repair Imp. I just, for some reason, somehow forgot about it and even addressed it earlier.
It is a chain reaction, essentially.
Yeah, I guess this is my first main criticism, aside from disagreeing, is that this part comes off a bit dishonest.
I don't think. Hold on, I don't think it's dishonest because dishonest implies that it's like intentionally so. I think it's just kind of poorly argued.
True.
Hi, 500 HP.
It's just not quality analysis. If I'm not
As himself.
anything, and I don't mean to say that to sound mean. I just mean that as in like too many reductions have been made in order to prove a point.
Yeah, that it could have gone. It could have looked further into other details before.
Yeah, I feel like
too
many reductions can really muddy up any kind of point. So I feel that kind of got lost in all of this.
All right.
That of the coordinates. For context here, Importer only has, assuming you kill it before it goes into a gold tile, 850 HP total. With a pretty
You mean, I think he meant 350.
good chance to lose a backpack entirely.
Upon further inspection, I think he was also mentioning the backpack when it's dropped, which I think is a weird way to measure a zombie's health, but there's nothing wrong with it.
Repair Imp has almost double this amount, and will basically never lose the machine. Needless to say, Repair Imp can be a problem, but I do genuinely feel more so because of raw stats than the actual main ability. I don't like him that much, to be honest. But
Again, hard disagree. I've already argued why. Let's just continue.
Wait, what was the hard disagree?
Hard disagree is that he is more dangerous because of his stats instead of his main ability. That's just
let's just
okay. All I
reiterate
gotta
what
say
we
is
already
try
said.
playing Brain Drain Factory
Oh.
for longer than 40 levels. That's all I'm gonna say.
The thing is, the stats complement the ability, though. You can't really
Yeah, like
separate
I don't know.
them. Like,
You can kind of separate them, but even then, like it doesn't make sense.
yeah, it's
Makes
like,
sense for the point.
yeah, because it's like, well, obviously, like, it'll play differently if you had, like, the same health as Importer or 190 health as a basic, but
Also,
he has that health to
does-
complement.
I gotta say, if we're gonna go with the reductive reasoning, doesn't the stats not matter because Magnet insta kills him, which you did say is a plan that you would bring for many other zombies anyway? So, like, by that same reductive logic, do the stats not make sense? Like, I'm not saying that this is a legitimate point. I'm just trying to go along the same kind of line of reasoning.
Well, again,
Yeah.
like the magnet counter for Repair Imp is a double-edged sword. It's useful and not useful on the case scenario.
I feel like a lot of this kind of analysis, because I've seen a lot of this type of analysis in the PvZ community. I feel like a lot of it misses the point because it's more so it doesn't try to portray things as closely as they are to reality. Instead, they try to portray things as close to as how they felt about them while playing. I think that's the biggest problem here, because I feel like Creeps felt his machine way more than he felt the healing, so that's why he came to this conclusion. Whereas in reality, like when you actually play stuff like Brain Drain Factory and a lot of the more dense levels that contain him, you would find that the healing is definitely the more dangerous aspect here.
No, absolutely. Clockwork and Repair Imp is a very dangerous synergy.
Although, no, don't get me wrong, I may be criticizing a lot, I still do enjoy the video.
Yeah, the video's been fun so far.
Yeah,
Doesn't
the
it-
production value is great. Geometry pointed out earlier that how there are like very little details with like
Yeah, like, please understand this, everyone who's watching. Just because we disagree with stuff in the video doesn't mean that we don't like the video.
Also, to further add to that, just because we disagree does not mean... Because I've seen some people like to make this argument. Defense of criticism or disagreeing does not mean we can't take criticism. We just disagree.
Also, last thing here. Doesn't mean we don't like Creeps as a person. Please we're just disagreeing with stuff that he says. That's it. Okay, finally, I think we've covered all bases. Let's continue.
Okay.
make the world worse by being here. I just don't think he adds all too much. And as a special account is currently at 7 zombies, who are at most, at least relatively dangerous, I feel like he can be cut without losing much at all. But he does only.
I don't agree with that. Like,
I feel like we've already explained why we disagree with that.
I mean, yeah, we've said exactly why Repair Imp's impact. Like,
let's
when you. But actually, no, I want to actually extend this argument because I've seen him say this about, for example, the Dark Age expansion robber guy that drops Sun. Is that he's like, when you make an argument of if you removed a zombie, no value is being lost.
Oh, that is. Yikes, that is a red flag of an argument. Speaking as someone who comes from a debate background, because I've had to debate movies, long story short, it's just, whenever something like that was brought up, they would kick them off instantly, because you can't judge art like that. You can't judge design decisions by your imaginary sense of value, because
I mean,
that's just not how it works.
I mean, yeah, like, obviously if you remove a zombie that heals everything else, it's going to majorly affect those 5 levels that he's in.
Like, if you say that's gonna lose, like, no value is gonna be lost, you can't be the one determining that. Like, you can't place value on world design based on anything except your own personal opinion. That, like,
I mean, Creeps
claiming
that exactly
you know better how to determine the value of a world than literal people who designed it, or for that matter, anyone else, is I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it's bad faith criticism. I feel like
Creeps
I
did
feel
not
like
say
points
that
like that
exactly,
should be avoided or at least rephrased. Again, none of this is to
PMX.
Yes.
Let me just say, that's not exactly what Creeps said, but I've definitely seen, like, someone say that exactly, like, oh, if, like, the Dark Age expansion and wouldn't change much if Robber was removed from it. It's like, no, like, he has a very
it would change
role.
a lot. Like, whoever uses phrases like, oh, if this is removed, no value is lost, about stuff like game design or something like that, just don't argue with that person, please. You're not gonna do anything.
You're saying that to Creeps. Wait, what did he say?
Listen. I don't think Creeps has said stuff like that for a long time now.
Wait, hold
I feel like he's gotten over that.
But he just said here. Wait, listen.
Losing much at all.
No. Wait,
it's not losing much.
Again.
If Repair Imp's removed, you're not. Steam Age isn't losing much at all.
I just don't think he adds all too much.
Listen.
And as a special account is currently at 7 zombies, who are at most, at least relatively dangerous, I feel like he can be cut without losing much at all.
Oh, important difference. He said, I feel like. That's an important difference. Like, when you say, I feel like, when this is removed, not much is lost, like, that's fine. You're not claiming it as if you know better, you're saying your opinion. But I'm saying for the people who say it like you said it right there,
oh, so
stay
like
away
saying
from those
objectively.
People. Yeah. If someone's trying to like argue, oh, this world would objectively be better without this and that, like, don't stay away from those people.
I mean, yeah.
But
like,
here it's fine. Like, Creeps just says that's his opinion, and I think that's fine.
Okay, I disagree with
like
that. I disagree with that subjective opinion. That subjective opinion is objectively wrong. I'm playing. To add further to this, I just really don't like statements like this regardless, because it does have an implication something is being improved on by removing said crucial game piece. Because why else would you have the need to say such a thing? Inventor was introed on day 21, which means if a Repair Imp didn't exist, you would need to play through 11 levels with nothing new to shake things up. This would just be very bleh for us, and really require for a lot of the levels to compensate by being very gimmicky, which I don't think would turn well with our limitations to stay in PvZ2's design. You really have to ask yourself if something's existence is actively hindering the game's experience to make calls like this, in my opinion. Also, I did try some of the levels that had Repair Imp and removed him from them, and I just did not find them fun, especially day 27, which whole point is to pair Repair Imp with Clockwork and Mechanic, and it just was not fun. It becomes insanely easy without him.
But
every time you say subjective, it's like plastering an imaginary like band-aid over whatever you're saying.
Over 5 levels, and he does make his presence useful in a few of them, to enough extent that I can't really complain about him. He does do his job well enough,
Thank you.
but I think he does contribute to something I'm going to cite as a global problem with his world.
A global
and you might have noticed it
problem.
already. Mechanic has 3000 HP. Inventor has 2400 HP.
Okay, yeah,
And Repairer
he's basically bringing up the health.
has 1500 HP total. Even the lighter, more spammable specials have Conehead HP and Gentleman, or Buckethead HP and Barrel. This world is tanky, and while I don't think this is inherently an issue in itself, it can cause some issues with the world as a whole as a result, so it is important to discuss.
Okay.
And, after all, Coal Miner has some words to say about it, too.
Coal miner.
I think describing this world's playstyle as similar to a siege is, for the most part, wholly accurate. Everything in this world is tanky and, quite simply, won't die. Mechanical lowness should
Except Furnace. Except Furnace.
Actually,
He's
yeah,
designed to die.
Yeah, he's literally designed to
Said-
die. And to die as quickly as you can possibly kill him.
He is a face of this
Technically
world, and I
repairing
do
too.
seriously mean it. He is a hardcore defensive stronghold. His entire gimmick is centered on the fact that they are so defensive in nature, that they become an offensive threat to
Do you think calling Steam Age's specials a siege is accurate? Yeah, I actually
I
do
think it's
agree.
accurate.
I actually
Yeah,
do agree
I agree with that.
Because
I actually think that kind of tells me that we've done a good job designing it all. Because I did honestly want Steam Ages to feel like a siege type of world. Because again, the whole gimmick is you're protecting yourself from two sides. So one side is dangerous because there aren't many plants who can handle backward zombies compared to how many can handle front zombies. And on the front, you've got zombies that constantly are trying to like get into your defense, like breach it. So
But-
yeah, it very much is a siege.
what makes it interesting though is I think he's like hinting at that being an overall problem with the world though.
Let's not put words in his mouth. I want to see where he's heading with this.
No, but that's what he said. But I'm waiting to see what he's saying. But like
I'd like to.
I'm
I like
questioning
to watch
it.
a bit more of the video to come to a conclusion to that. I don't want to instantly.
No,
assume that
I
that's what he
agree.
means.
I agree.
fight against. And if you give him any time to work with, your defense will crumble quickly from attrition. Of course, it doesn't help that the world is already considered extremely spammy. And while spam isn't exactly the source of this feeling, it is nevertheless accurate. Even without mechanics, this world has so many high HP threats that have a very nasty habit to stack up fast, and walls are heavily counted throughout. Mechanics spawning zombies close so walls are constantly being chipped. Coal miners and furnace dealing constant pressure for letting them get close to those walls. Gentlemen and Avenger straight up ignoring them, and Repair acting as a mini furnace to the walls he is eating. All this in a world where you also need...
Okay, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say...
I get it. A mini furnace to the walls.
I'm not gonna say
to be
anything.
using
Creeps, you're silly.
those walls to deal with the backward zombies, often sacrificing other plants and a slot to do so, which constantly puts this wall's front line under extremely heavy pressure. All that to say, the main answer to this world is instant damage and other stalling instas. And between a certain mechanic...
Pause, that's an answer to every single world in the game.
Yeah. I've seen creeps like in other videos, like for example the Rome video, like negate a zombie by saying, "Oh, you can just plant an insta on it." No,
That's literally every single zombie in the game. Like, okay, let me comment on instas a little bit. Because this is a vanilla style mod, right? Vanilla is very much designed with you being able to blow something up every 60 seconds in mind. Like, every level is made with the fact you have access to instas in mind. That's why we can be more spammy, that's why we can be more fast-paced. Mods like Altmers, mods like Eclipse, mods like, I don't know, Requiem, they don't have this kind of thing. They don't have that kind of pacing to them.
Yeah.
So, obviously, they're gonna feel different. I feel like this is more of like a mod thing than Steam Age specific thing, but okay, let's continue.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, majority of the levels, though, weren't designed with instas in mind.
What do you mean?
Well, at least from what I've played with my own levels, I didn't design them with instas.
Oh, so you play tested them without instas?
Yeah.
I think that's fine because instas are like very much things that most players are gonna bring. But I feel like whenever I'm making a level and I can beat a level without instas, it just assures me that the level is like fair.
Like I'll bring like maybe like a staller type plant like Gumnut or
yeah, I think
Stalia.
it's fine for playtesting. I think it's fine for playtesting, but then you also gotta account for the fact that you made the level. You're obviously gonna know the level a lot better than everyone else.
Yeah, but for my levels, and I know like maybe a few other of the level designers, we did not design with a reliance on instas. Like especially with
that's
like
good.
the new
That's good. You should not design with a reliance on instas. That's not what I was trying to say. I was just trying to say that vanilla is a place where instas are allowed to go wild. And that's just the kind of game that it is. And a lot of people love that kind of game. I love that kind of game. That's the kind of game that we are.
Alright, let's go.
Mechanic and Furnace, those instances will often have to be managed carefully to win. Between backward zombies, Furnace is almost in range to blow up everything. Mechanics tanking 2 and spawning in shockingly high numbers
This
of
is
a
a great
threat level.
This is a great point. The fact that you have to manage your instas carefully. See, this is what I was trying to hint at when I was talking about, instas are allowed to go wild. Because we allow instas to go wild, it makes sense to open up a lot more design avenues for our worlds because we can pressure those instas in different ways. Again, he describes it here. With Steam Ages, you gotta decide, what are you gonna blow up? Are you gonna blow up the mechanic? Are you gonna blow up the furnace? Are you gonna blow up the backwards? Like, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say that the world itself is designed around instas, it's just like an aspect of it.
Okay.
An important aspect to be considered.
Most specials in this world are too tanky for most attackers to reasonably deal with.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Attackers in Reflourished go insane. Especially some of the high tier ones.
Yeah, I mean, like, especially the plants designed for the world especially take care of the specials very well. Like
Also,
Cattail.
this is very, very, very nitpicky, but he's saying this over Kernel Pult and Lightning Reed as the main attackers.
Wait, where?
Look at the screen.
I'm on 1956. I see Banana and Cattail.
Okay,
Same.
1 second. 1 second later.
Go
Okay, yeah.
That's very nitpicky, though. Like, I'm not trying to say that's an argument.
No, that's silly, though.
Lightning Reeds are worse than useless here.
Well, yeah.
Worse than useless? My brother in
most
Christ,
PS
and you
are
played
AoE.
vanilla. I'm not gonna do that. I'm sorry.
Didn't Wolfie plays like get through a good chunk of levels with Snopey and Lightning Reed like he usually does?
I think so. At least until mechanics started bullying him, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a lot to deal with. But in a way, I do personally enjoy. It forces a ton of constant pressure that feels very distinct to this world. But
he was talking about what you were talking about, pressure. Distinct pressure.
Yep, that's all of that is what I was trying to get across.
With
I'm glad Creeps does it for me.
Drawback. That's usually just it.
Too?
The world leans hard.
Wait, hold on. What did you say?
Big drawback.
Did you get an ad?
Shh. No. So he said, okay, wait, so
Enjoy.
There's a
it
drawback.
Forces a ton of constant pressure that feels very distinct to this world. But it does come with one
distinct pressure, but it comes with a big drawback.
Big drawback. That's usually just it.
That's it.
The world leans hard into this one playstyle, but it leans so hard that the world can't exactly change its game plan quickly.
What do you think, PMix? The distinct pressure, while Creeps likes it, it's a big drawback that most of the world just requires you to play like that you can't really, what did you say?
I think that's a bit of a confusing... Like, I don't exactly understand what he...
Wait, hold on.
I want to hear what he says more on the topic.
But it does come with one big drawback.
One big drawback.
That's usually just it.
That's
the world leans hard into this one playstyle, but it leans so hard that the world can't exactly change its game plan quickly.
The world can't
No,
change
no,
its
continue,
gameplay.
continue.
There are two main zombies here that enable a lot of this world shenanigans, and both work strongly and almost exclusively in a CG style. Especially the first one you meet, Coal Miner, who pretty much proves this. Coal Miner's cart actually has relatively low HP, but the coal is thrown forward quite far. The coals themselves have 500 HP, and are immune.
I think that was
Okay,
the point,
he started to go about Coal Zombie. Okay, here's what I think. So he essentially says, okay, you can't exactly change your game plan because of this world's incessant
pressure
siege design, right?
Yes.
I just don't think that's true. I straight up don't think that's true. Because I was kind of contemplating, like, what did he mean by game plan? And I think I understand it now. I think I get it. I think what he's trying to say is that, like, because the zombies are so oppressive, you can't really, like, deviate your strategies. I think this is what he's meaning.
Yeah, I think my main criticism with the video so far is he'll say points without really elaborating on them. Like,
yeah, that's why I'm kind of confused on the like. My biggest gripe with the video is the fact that a lot of points he makes are based on complete reductions, but that's another thing. As for this, I feel like I don't know. I don't think that's true. I've played Steam Age so many times, especially testing Part 2. Like, I've had to test Part 2 at least 10 separate times as a whole.
I really don't think, though, that there's anything wrong with worlds that have
like,
more
you can,
restrictive...
like, it is a very oppressive world, but, like, Reflourished gives you extremely oppressive attackers. Cattail does a lot of damage, and it's unlocked in this world. Maypop does a lot of damage. Lotus does a lot of damage. So many attackers in this game do a lot of damage to go alongside this tanky kind of playstyle that I think he's trying to argue is very present in Steam Ages.
I don't think there's anything wrong with the restrictive playstyle either. Like, there's a good chunk of PvZ2 worlds that kind of have to make
I don't know. I don't really
strict.
like restrictive playstyles too much, but I don't think Steam Ages has one, honestly. Like, there are very oppressive
like, I guess by restrictive,
but
okay,
just let me cook. Okay. There are a lot of oppressive things in the world, but there are so many different ways to go about them. That's the thing. We included magnets that can counter so much. We included Boeing Seta that can counter so much in the world. We designed zombies to be able to be countered by those plants.
Yeah, we
designed Mechanic to be very vulnerable to Lava Guava. We designed Inventor and Gentleman in the same world to incentivize Blover and Hurricane. Like, yes, it is very oppressive, but you have so many tools at your disposal to ease your life and, like, combo together, and that's what I like about it. It's oppressive, but it isn't restrictive.
When I was trying to say restrictive, I was trying to say, like, force you to use, like, certain types of plants, but it doesn't necessarily shut down your play styles. Like, Frostbite Caves, for example, forces you to use fire plants to keep the plants warm, but you can still use a wide variety of plants within that. Like, Steam Age is just that, like at the very minimum, Steam Age forces you to use a nut plant for sewers. Right?
I don't entirely agree with that, but yeah, I can understand what you're saying. Like,
all right, I'm going to continue.
Immune to all knockback, meaning the only way to remove them is raw damage. It's an incredibly defensive zombie, relatively speaking to the kind of game PvZ2 is, but is very dangerous as a result. It synergizes well with basically everything, removing some of the front line with chip damage, making it easier for zombies behind to slip by. But due to this overly defensive nature, he's not able to substitute as they rushed out threats. Something Steam Ages is notably lacking.
A rushed out threat? I'm confused.
I don't know what it means by that.
Steam Age isn't... Hold on.
Defensive nature.
Probably something akin to ambushes and fast zombies.
He's not
able to substitute as they rushed out.
He's not able to substitute as a rushed out. Not every... So okay, so he's noting Steam Age has a lack of speedy zombies.
Well, the speedy...
Well, that's intentional, though. That's intentional. Like, okay, here's the thing. The fastest zombie in Steam Age is a Gentleman, right? That's no coincidence. Gentleman is the fastest because he can fly over stuff.
a lot of
actually, Gentleman is pretty speedy. I think he moves.
yeah, he is pretty speedy, but he's speedy only because he flies over stuff. There are no speedy zombies in Steam Ages that can actually attack your front lines because the whole siege aspect completely hinges on the fact that you can properly micromanage and react to everything.
What about Barrel?
Barrel isn't that fast. Like, he's only fast when you break his barrel, and at that point you just gotta have good reaction time. But
Yeah.
besides that, like, Steam Ages already requires your attention on two separate fronts, right? Including stuff that is speedy and can destroy your front lines, I feel like would just make the world so annoying.
Mhm.
And it's specifically something that I wanted to avoid.
I'm not sure if he was noting that as a criticism or something.
I don't know what he was trying to say, but this is just my opinion on, like, speedy zombies and Steam Ages.
Yeah, I don't think Steam Age would work with
Yeah,
speedy
like,
zombies.
Speedy zombies inherently demand a lot of attention, and I feel like it would be too much to ask from players to worry about speedy zombies alongside mechanic, alongside sewers, alongside
I guess it
so
comes
much
to
of the other
what
stuff.
counts as a speedy zone, because Clockwork moves at 0.3. That's the same speed as a Jurassic Imp. Coal Miner is 0.2 speed. That's the same speed as Barrel Roller. Those are faster than basics. Are those the speedies? Is that a speedy zone by definition?
Don't overthink it. Don't overthink it. Just... okay, let's continue. My brain is frying.
We're halfway through.
Threats.
We're not even
Something Steam
halfway
Ages
through.
is notably lacking, I'd argue. Don't interpret this as me complaining about him.
Okay, well, that answers that.
Again,
That answers
Dangerous
that.
Specials are what I love, and he lies quite nicely in the context of a world, but it means that this world can't really toggle this playstyle off. Even in early levels where all you have is Gentleman and Barrel, this overall CG style of play is still felt, albeit to a far lower extent. Between the gimmick denying tons of valuable space, the zombies all being tanky and with high HP, or requiring something with high HP to do their job, and the general low speed of his worlds, it's extremely specialized to make levels this one way.
So it does seem like he thinks that every special having high HP is a problem, is what I'm getting at this segment. Because
note the fact that he says high health and slow. So he's trying to argue that because all the zombies are kind of like slow and tanky,
they
and they're sewers, it all incentivizes the same kinds of strategies. I just don't agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what he's
it's a
saying.
circumstance of the world that is consistent, yes. But does it mean that it restricts your playstyle? Absolutely not. You can deal with it in so many different ways.
But I think he's also talking about how it also restricts the level design, too?
Yeah, I think he's trying to make that point, and once again, I don't think that's how level
hard
design works.
I hard disagree with that, and I don't think it's a problem. There's plenty of other PvZ2 worlds that are like that. I mean, I guess the most bastardized example of a world that kind of has this kind of thing to is Jurassic Marsh with its dinos and stuff. It does always incentivize bringing knockback plants.
Yeah, Jurassic Marsh does suffer from that, but that's why when we were designing Jurassic Marsh, we added tar tiles to kind of mitigate that a little bit.
Honestly, playing Jurassic Marsh in retrospect, I don't dislike it as much as I used to. The dinosaurs are just way too overpowered, but like I honestly don't mind the tug-of-war gameplay loop. I enjoy it. It's just so lacking. Yeah, it is so lacking. That's the problem with Jurassic Marsh, really. It's so lacking.
With Steam Ages, like, I guess I kind of understand what he's trying to say, but I think this is way more of a problem in different mods than it is in Reflourished. Because different mods tend to be slower paced, so because they're slower paced, they give you don't really have as much. Yeah, you have time, but you don't have that much variability in the kinds of strategies that you kind of bring, I guess, and that's why level design has to pick up the slack in those mods. Over here, it's a little bit different. Over here, our levels are kind of like surf parks where you get there with your skateboard. It isn't a perfect metaphor, but your skateboards are your plants, and you go in there and you do a bunch of tricks. You know, you do a bunch of your own kind of tricks on the ramps that we designed for you. The zombies and the obstacles are the ramps, and you're left by you're left by yourself. Do whatever tricks you want. That's what I like about Steam Age so much. You can do a lot of different strategies that work.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
And while I think the level design makes or breaks this world quite hard, we'll cover that later, the way this world only has this mode of play is something I consider a problem for variety's sake.
Well, we've already gone over this. We disagree and don't think it does.
Or a random example.
I think it does bring variety. Like, again, there is a lot of variety in the way that you can counter it, that you can counterplay it.
Mm-hmm.
World like Big Wave Beach. This world is clearly built around a rushy playstyle, but it still has a ton of options to stray away from it.
Okay, so big. Honestly, I think Big Wave Beach is doesn't give you much room compared to Steam Age. Honestly.
Yeah, I feel like Big Wave Beach has gimmicks that kind of push you into a corner too much. And that's why you can't really get as creative with strategies there.
Yeah, because I mean, like when Fisherman's there, you just always have to bring infinite. I mean, again, like Steam Age forces you to bring nuts, but like Fisherman is so much more.
Compare this.
Comparatively,
Forced to bring nuts, which is like 7 different plants, or forced to bring one single plant.
That's what I was trying to get into.
Yeah.
Or the Puffshroom stall, but only for like 1 lane.
Octo as well is also really makes you.
Yeah, this is the point that I think I disagree with the most so far in the video.
Zombies like Snorkel are self-sufficient and slow-moving, allowing for themselves to be used in different ways. Surfers can play in an incredibly fast way, with a large tides, or play in an entirely different way with far-away tides, while Fisherman has a ton of potential to completely screw you over late game, if he has even the slightest say in it. And that's for a world with just 4 zombies. Add a tank in and bam!
I feel like...
And I think...
Here's the Eclipse comparison. I want to see this.
Oh, wait, I think we misinterpreted what he meant about variety. I think he was talking more about zombie variety.
Well, I think Steam Age has plenty of zombie variety. They can all go for a similar goal. Like, yeah, Surfer is speedy and has 2 different functions based on the tide. That's great gameplay mechanic. And Fisherman's the what would you call Fisherman? The oppressor. Octo's also
okay. Can we please move things along?
Game. He has even the slightest say in it, and that's for a world with just 4
Again,
zombies.
I very much disagree,
And
I think we've exploited.
You have a Big Wave Beach that can now play the long game, and I say this from experience. In Eclipse, which is
oh my god, can you please just whenever someone says I say this from experience, it's 90% of the time it's just because they played Eclipse. And you gotta understand, Eclipse does not play the same as Reflourished.
Not even remotely. It plays significantly different from PvZ2.
Also, I feel like experience should be reserved for stuff like experience designing levels or experience in game making. You know, not experience in I played a lot of PvZ mods. Like,
no, I think I agree with that.
I think Creeps should definitely like rely on his points way more because of the fact that he makes mods. I feel like he should lead with that. Like,
I agree.
I don't know. He should say like, I know from experience I'm making a mod by myself. Like, I would understand that.
Yeah, cause I can say the same thing. I could make that argument too, because like I played Eclipse back in the early days. Does that mean I'm an experienced person? No, my experience comes from designing.
I could also make that argument. I've played since 2014. I've technically played more than all of the people who got into Eclipse.
That is true, because I believe Creeps has said that this isn't a character attack. By the way, this is just
this is not character attack.
Yeah, but yeah, like, Creeps came in because of Eclipse, I think. He said that a couple of times openly, right?
Yeah.
Unless I'm misinterpreting him.
No. Creeps definitely said many times that he is in this community because of Eclipse. Eclipse was his gateway into the world of PvZ.
But, so yeah, I really think using your playtime as an argument, I guess you'd call this, I think that's really bad. You should use your designer experience, but even then, like, that can become muddy because like Creeps' mods are also very, very different from Reflourished, right? Like,
Yeah, but at least this like experience with design is more credible with experience with playing games. Like
Very much.
to me, it just comes off as like, oh, I would know how to design Call of Duty better because I have $400 on Call of Duty. Like, no, it's not how it works.
All right, let's go on.
Again, I'm sorry.
About
I'm sorry if
later.
I'm coming off as mean. I'm really not trying to. It's just
No,
how it makes
I just
points
think
to
he
me.
could word himself better.
Yeah,
Like,
that's the thing. I would want him to word himself better.
The main addition to Big Wave Beach was Coral Cage, essentially a Pharaoh clone of 3000 HP, serving as a wall to force out a slower pace of play within levels, meaning that the world had several modes they could swap into, by using the gimmick in new ways, and swapping in and out certain special threats. It is one of my favourite worlds in that mod, as its variety is very well done, and makes the world very fun to play. I'm not saying-
Okay, one thing. I do kind of understand where he's coming from with this. Like, okay, the world gimmicks are designed in such a way that the worlds can take on many forms in terms of different levels. Like, it can take many forms of pacing, it can take on many forms of... I don't know how to describe it, but I understand what he means. And the thing there is that it's a bit of an unfair comparison. Big Wave Beach has tides, which are very versatile and customizable. We have sewers. We are working inside hardcode, okay? Our hardcode restrictions. We can't really do much more with sewers than necromancy allows us. Like, give us some credit, please.
And obviously, we wouldn't want to do something like, oh, let's create like a special exclusively to sewers and stuff like that, because like that makes sewers.
If we could make sewers more customizable, we would, obviously, but we can't. We're working inside different restrictions than Eclipse is. I don't think that's a fair comparison. Eclipse could edit whatever it wanted from the original game. We cannot. We are making a brand, and then another thing, we are making a brand new world. Eclipse is just reworking an existing world. It's just not a fair comparison. I think our Steam Age is being judged by its own criteria instead of compared to this other criteria. We did much better of a job than I think we even like. I don't know. I think it came out better than I even thought it would, and I was kind of worried that it wouldn't come out great.
Yeah.
I worry about that for everything, by the way, not just for new worlds.
I remember the launch of Reflourished and Steam Age was kind of scary. It was very scary because, like, oh my god, this is actually happening.
Yeah, I was really worried that people were not gonna click with it, and some people didn't. And that's fine. Not everyone has to click with everything, but like again, putting your own work out there is always a little bit scary, especially when we were making a completely like never before done thing. Because like most other mods, when they did new worlds, they did not do them in the way that we try to do them. They would either like recycle other zombies, like Shuttle and Grey All-Star Mech. But the way we were doing it was like very experimental and very restrictive. Like we could not do a lot.
Yeah, those worlds were just made in like very early times where modding isn't as advanced as it is now. Like we have
whereas the
knowledge and ability to create actual worlds, but even then we're still restricted, so we have to find ways to make it transformative enough.
We need to work around the restrictions.
We have to make it transformative enough to feel new. Right?
And that's really tough. So I do think that Big Wave Beach tides are a lot more customizable than Steam Age's sewers. I will hand him that. But they're only a lot more customizable in sewers because they're built off of something that already exists in vanilla that is made customizable. We, on the other hand, had to completely like make up something entirely new using only the table scraps of code that we had.
And yeah, we came up with its gameplay loop of territorial control, so like a lot of specials have to be designed for that.
Like,
Big Wave Beach doesn't really...
I guess you can criticize, like, oh, Steam Ages doesn't have as, like, flexible of gameplay as Big Wave Beach, but, like, as flexible as we possibly could make it. Like, let's be real here. We don't have the privilege of
working
from a new mod, like, working from nothing
Again, I think the opposite. I think Steam Age is more flexible than Big Wave Beach, especially in part 1 with how much you can play around the sewers.
I think he means flexible as in level design flexible, not plants or like strategies flexible. Because with level design, like, yeah, you can do a lot more with tides than you can do with sewers, but like, it's not something that we can just like change. Like, we have done the best with what we could, and I think that's the biggest point to take away here.
Alright, let's continue on.
I'm saying every world should be like this, mind, but I'm saying that worlds being able to shift their gameplay.
Oh, what the hell happened?
But I'm saying that worlds being able to shift their gameplay.
Worlds being able to shift their gameplay
based on what is there and what isn't is, well, fun. It's why other mods often use foreigner specials and levels, allowing worlds to show new sides of themselves. And with 7 specials, I do think a similar effect could be reached, with enough care and time. Though I will fully admit this issue I have with a world is, to put it lightly, not exactly damning. After all.
Okay, so that overall gripe that he's saying is not overall damning?
Like, okay, I understand what he's trying to say. Like, I actually agree.
Like, it's not actively damaging the world. Is that
yeah. Like, I do think it's an actual legitimate piece of criticism. It's just one that we can't really, like, do anything with. Like, the criticism essentially boils down to the gimmick of this world is not as versatile as the gimmick of this other world. And the only reason why it's not as versatile is because this world can do whatever it wants with hardcode, whereas we cannot. So, like, the only way that we could take this criticism into our hearts is if we could make
future
gimmicks
designs
that are more versatile for future worlds, which I guess we could try, but again, working within limitations of hardcode and not trying to destroy other existing gimmicks is very difficult.
Yeah, so just to give you all a note, our rules for creating things in Reflourished is we do not remove stuff.
Yeah.
Everything needs to
can
stay
get away
intact.
with that. We cannot get away with that.
Yeah, we want to keep everything intact. So unless hardcode gives us the ability to straight up add new stuff without removing anything, yeah.
This world has some really good levels I want to get into, and the world does have the best conditions possible for an extremely cool zombie to thrive. One that serves an important role within the world, while doing it in a way that the rest of the world doesn't exactly try to. That being the one zombie we haven't really talked about yet. Furnace Zombie.
There we go, finally!
Fun fact, you can tell that I am right calling this guy cool, because out of all the specials in part 2 that aren't the main character, Furnace is used the most consistently. Even the level designers must agree with me here. I kid, but...
That isn't how we design levels, but okay.
Wait.
In part 2 that aren't the main character, Furnace is...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 2. Okay, he's using 12 of 16. But no, that's not how he designed levels.
Even the level designers must agree with me here. I kid,
no, they don't, because they don't get a say in that.
A lot of things right. For a start, he has the lowest HP in the world, at only 270. He makes up for this by his very dangerous ability, as on death he will explode, destroying most plants in a 3x3 area instantly. He has some other specific details. Some ways of killing him won't explode him, and there are ways to disable the explosion entirely if you know what you are doing. So just chomp.
Yeah, I get. So just to make my own comment, this is what I love so much about the Part 2 specials, is just how versatile they are in hard counters. Like,
yes,
they're all,
again, that's what I love about Part 2.
They're all very dangerous zombies, but they have so many hard counters that compensates for their danger.
I think, yeah, I very, very much prefer that type of zombie over, like, just something like
it brings me back to the joy of PvZ1. Like, one thing that I definitely liked with PvZ1's gameplay loop that PvZ2 ditched was that, like, every special's existence was to have a hard counter to a plant you were given. PvZ2 has that, but kind of loosely, because it's much more, the plant isn't required or such. Like, obviously, like, I guess technically even in PvZ1, the plant's not required, but it makes such a huge impact comparatively to PvZ2.
Yeah. I feel like, again, Creeps is right in saying this. Furnace is very much important to Steam Ages. He provides the necessary contrast from all the high target, all the high.
God damn it!
targets.
I lost connection again. God damn it! Why does it keep doing this?
It's an appearance rate in ways.
Who has it now?
Me.
To get right up.
Okay.
And then, cause it does this, I gotta go back and find the place I was at, cause the video's continuing to play, cause they don't pause it.
Right. For a start, he has the lowest HP in the world, at only 270. He makes up for this by his very dangerous ability, as on death he will explode, destroying most plants in a 3x3 area instantly. He has some other specific details. Some ways of killing him won't explode him, and there are ways to disable the explosion entirely if you know what you are doing, such as Chomper, stun-based attacks, and so on. What makes Furnace so fun to me is that they are a support zombie that needs support to support other zombies. Not only that, but they are extremely swingy, and are a great way to force progress against a defense where enough enables have activated, and when they do go off, they can support other zombies to allow them to get past that front line, to blow a hole right into the defense. This lends themselves to having tons and tons of new and stupid ways to get right up in your business and blow something up in incredible fashion. Mechanics and Furnace basically kill Column 7 forever, and Column 6 is left under extreme pressure, ignoring the clockworks themselves, and allowing deeper furnaces to occasionally fall through. Gentlemen diverts attention away from Furnace to allow it to sneak by. Coal Miner creates additional walls for Furnace, and even Inventor can allow it to get far in the right position.
You know, this is the kind of analysis that I really dig.
Yeah, I mean, this is hitting it right on. This is like...
Yeah,
like what we said earlier.
Yeah, what we said earlier.
You're supporting each other's weaknesses.
And you're putting all of the zombies kind of in context with each other. Like, that's the proper way to analyze worlds, if you ask me. Like, how does everything interplay with each other? And I think he's nailing it on the head.
And complements the mechanic, too. Yeah, I mean, this is hitting it, like, dead on. Like he understands Furnace very well.
Yeah, I like
Aaron Panat's theories of shenanigans. While individually these can be dealt with, together as a united whole, it's a lot more interesting. Really, the only flaw I can find is the fact that it's in most levels post-introduction. It shows up a bit too much for my liking. I feel like in a world of 7 specials, about 60 to maybe even 50% appearance rate is probably optimal, and a few levels really don't require him. But this is by far not the worst case of it in this world. That would be mechanic.
I feel like the way Creeps views when you should and shouldn't use a special zombie is just not compatible with how Reflourished works. Because with Reflourished, we definitely want a lot of variety of specials in most levels. Like, we are not really the mod who goes for 2 to 3 specials. We love to throw a lot of specials in the ring just to see how they would interplay with the level gimmicks of that particular level, whether that is an objective or a specific way that we organize the sewers or whatever. So I think he's kind of using a metric of judgment that does not fit with Reflourished's kind of mod design. But that's not that big of a deal. It's just something I thought to point out.
Yeah. There's other people like that are a lot more, how do you say, hard hitting about that compared to Creeps.
Yeah,
you'd say. You know what I mean? Like they treat that as that is a rule that you need to do.
Yeah, that's being stingy.
I think they treat it as a rule because, if they are making their mods, they put that as a rule for themselves, and then they think that they should impose that rule onto everyone else as well. And no, if you want, you can use that as a rule, but don't insist that every mod has to use that as a rule. This doesn't have anything to do with the video. This is just us ranting at this point.
Yeah, welcome back, Gio. Yeah. I had to disconnect you because you didn't give me host.
Let's keep going.
I think Furnace is nearly as dominating as Mechanic is in terms of the world at large. That's the final zombie to cover. And now we've covered the pieces of the zombie horde. Doesn't it make you feel better knowing we won't talk about the zombies anymore? Does it make you feel worse to note that we've just talked about the zombies and some general world design, and still have to cover the plants, the levels, and the mechanic? This world took me about 4 hours to play, yet I still have this much to talk about, which I think says a lot about the kind of person I am. We have yet more to talk about, so let's cover plants then,
plants.
shall we?
Time for peak.
Let's
Oh
talk about these
boy.
plants in order.
This is gonna be
then.
interesting.
Cattail is the first plant unlocked, which is more or less designed to not be homing thistle, and that's certainly how it feels at times. It does about 2.5 times P damage.
The cattail. Well, I think he's just saying that as a joke, but cattail is obviously supposed to be the tool plant of the world.
You know what's the worst part?
The hard counter
He's
to
kinda
sewage.
right. He's kind of right.
Shut up! No, cattail's goated.
No. I'm just saying this from my own experience because when I was tasked with designing cattail, all I could think of was how do I not make it homing thistle? How do I not make it homing thistle? How do I not make it homing thistle?
I remember I actually got access to one of the alpha builds where cattail was actually 325 sun and had full vision range. That was interesting to see.
Yeah.
Like it was
That
much more
sounds
like
broken.
It was much more like 2C's cattail. I much prefer this one, but okay, let's just see what he has to say.
With his limited range, is actually quite solid for early game. It can focus down specific threats on the field to ensure its damage can be quite good, though it absolutely needs support against bigger threats such as Mechanic, and it gets countered by threats like Cold.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just wanted to point out what he said about the vision range. I think it is actually much more of a strength to cattail than a weakness, because like
Yes.
you can make it prioritize different prioritize different prioritize different zombies if you do your placement smart.
Backline
Yeah, I quite
cattail,
like that.
frontline cattail.
Yeah, especially in Steam Age.
Coal Miner and Furnace, but it's one of the best counters, if not the best counter, to backward zombies in the world, but might be a bit too expensive to place on the front line. They work well in the world, but because of spam backward zombies,
No, I'd say if you want to put cattail frontline, can my mouse even be seen? I don't think it can. But where that tall nut is in those cattails, I think that's really all you need for frontline cattails. Because then they'll see like.
Although I do agree with him, like you can't really do front cattails really. Like they're way too vulnerable that way.
Without support.
Without support, yeah.
Obviously without support, but I do frontline cattail all the time, and it
really?
It fucking shreds if you can get a column down, and then you just build the second column, and then the third.
That sounds...
It is power. It is so good.
you probably are going to be wanting quite a few of these. Vanilla is a lot more complicated, but also results in quite a lot of unreliability. It screws with a gentleman hard and has genuinely strong stall for targets towards the right of the screen, but they also drop off a cliff when zombies get within a few tiles, which is pretty damning in Steam Ages. It also does nothing in sewers, and in fact finds them a challenge to overcome as it really needs all the tiles it can get. It's at its best when you get multiple columns, and have an extremely high stun time as a result. It simply does not get that space in Steam Ages often. Still, it is also far from bad in a single tile, though it is in competition with Snowpea, which is fully reliable in comparison. The
You know
main
what?
thing
I will use this opportunity to kind of rant a little bit. I think vanilla, maybe it shouldn't have been a Steam Ages plant. Like, I think about this from time to time. Like, vanilla really does benefit from a lot of tiles, and Steam Ages doesn't really allow that.
Yeah, but you know, I want to note that I think he was saying that Snowpea is better in stalling capacity.
No.
than
This is
vanilla.
unrelated to anything
I know
was saying.
I know what you're saying, but just let me get to my thing first because it's quicker. I just want to point out how many people find vanilla to be the most overpowered staller in all of Reflourished. We have so many people saying that. We're not going to change it anytime soon. But I just want to note that compared to what Creeps is saying, so many people think vanilla is the best supporting staller.
So,
Including
About
our beloved
vanilla.
Mario.
Okay, go on, PMix.
Nothing. I just said. I said nothing. I said nothing.
Okay. Should vanilla have been a Steam Age plant? I think he's perfectly fine as a Steam Age plant. Like practically.
I feel like if I had to throw one plant out of Steam Ages, it would be vanilla. But yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's the least impactful of the world, but at the same time, like, I feel like if you made a Steam Age,
he works better outside of Steam Ages than he works in Steam Ages.
Oh no, I agree with that to an extent, but I feel like at the same time, if you had Steam Age without vanilla, it's not Steam Age. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, fair.
Like Steam Age is vanilla is vanilla is so iconic to Steam Age. Like I cannot see him being put anywhere else, not even as a premium plant.
Okay, fair.
Vanilla has over it in late Steam Ages, it's actually slowing down mechanic a heck of a lot more. But beyond that, I do generally prefer Snoopy. Though stacking both is very funny. Outside of Steam Ages, vanilla is far stronger due to the additional space.
Very
and
true.
Some worlds can
I agree
completely
with
shut
that.
down the vast majority of enemies. Just as for future on Type 2, which both lack ways to really get close quickly. In Steam Age itself, it usually isn't the best pick imaginable, however. I'd say it's better than Lily of the Alchemy, at least. Lily of Alchemy...
Oh, yeah, Creeps hates Lily of Alchemy.
...is an interesting plant that, to be blunt here, seems a bit confused to me. It does a lot of things, but doesn't exactly excel much in the world they're in at all.
Alright, let's just hear what he has to say, but I very much disagree with his points that he's brought up before.
Think of the plant as a kernel pulse that can pierce armor with his butter, and you have more or less the entire gist. Their projectiles do the same amount of damage as cabbage, and the stall time is significant. Especially as in theory of average RNG, it is close to 100% stall uptime, which is not bad at all. Though Snoopy is a staller that does the same amount of damage with an AoE 100% chill. So you really need to be making good use of a potion's armor pierce, which is where things get odd. The damage of his potion explosion is actually incredibly high, dealing 100 damage cleanly. For context, that's enough to two-shot most basic targets, and as this is a pierce through armor, that is a useful threshold to note. However, they only do this attack once every 12 seconds on average, so it can kill armored zombies.
I really do not like this kind of math, because this does not... Again, as I've noted before, you can write this on paper, but that's not comparable to execution.
Yeah,
It's
like
good as
that.
reference. I think it's a really good reference. It's just like, that's what it is. It's a reference.
I played with Lily of Alchemy, yeah, but like when it's being presented as like... Not as a fact, how do you even put... Like, he's presenting it as like a... What do you call it? No, not research. I mean, it is research.
No, listen. I think he's presenting it like a thesis. Like, his thesis is probably gonna be about the fact that Lily of Alchemy, like... I don't know, what did he say before? I can't exactly remember.
Well, he did say that Snoopy's existence nullifies Lily of Alchemy's stalling. Which is
but like I mean, as a whole, he did say that his thesis was that it's not really like it's confused, right? That's
yeah, he said the plant was confused because it does.
And I feel like
things.
he's using these like math reference sheets to kind of back that up, which is fine. But again, stats when written in this way aren't exactly the most like I don't know.
I think he's making it sound more.
Yeah, they aren't exactly reflective of reality as much as they sound.
I think he's making the plant sound more complex than it actually is. It's just like
no. I don't think he's doing that. I think he's just laying it out.
Not deliberately.
But... I don't know. It's a bit tricky. I think he's using those numbers to kind of try to bolster a point, but the big thing with that is those numbers represent RNG. And whatever numbers represent RNG are rarely ever going to be reflective of reality. Like, for example, let's say somebody wins the lottery first try, right? Stuff like that has happened, right? You've heard of stories like that. Chances for that are like 1 in a gazillion trillion, which on paper sounds impossible.
Okay, can we speed this up a bit? Like, I get the idea.
Okay, sure. You get the idea. Let's move on.
Listen, this 25% chance happens significantly more often than you'd think. And when you can stack multiple Lily of Alchemies, that 100 damage pierce becomes even better. And even on non-piercing targets, it's very good. Like non-armored targets.
Okay, I will be kind of honest. I think Lily of Alchemy does struggle a bit in Steam Ages, primarily because Steam Ages sends a lot of zombies.
Two.
Yeah, it sends a lot of zombies at once, and she is kind of the best when she's focusing on one zombie in particular.
But, I mean, I've used her plenty of times in Part 2 and never had issues with her personally, like as in Xanian Endless and all that, like early Endless, like the piercing happens more than you'd think it does, and like it's like, you know, it's 2 shots barrel, 7 shots inventor, 3 shots clockwork, and if you have a supporting attacker, that'll make the piercing better, the piercing damage better.
It just happens more often than stats can say, honestly.
Okay, can we move on,
yes,
please?
yes, yes.
Seconds alone. On average, with bad math, because I'm pretty sure this is not how statistics work.
Always probability, but I'm pretty sure it would more certainly.
Look, regardless,
I couldn't even read that.
This means you're killing basics in the same amount of time as about 17 P-shots. Or...
No, again, like I said, it happens more often than you think. Using math is a really bad argument. If this is supposed to be... If this is supposed to be
is weird. Okay, listen, he did it correctly, right?
He did.
I do probability on my uni. Probability on paper is very different than probability in reality. That's the main point.
I just don't like that idea because... Like, it comes off to me like he's using that as an argument to why he doesn't like the plant. And sure, like, if you don't like RNG, that's perfectly fine, but...
Can I be really honest with you?
What?
I think that might be you projecting a little bit.
What do you mean?
Honestly, I did not get from his tone like he's trying to make it out as a bad plan.
Well, no, what he's... No, he said... he said Vanilla is better than Lily of Alchemy, while also noting that Vanilla is not that good in Steam Ages, so it's like, well, to me, then I take that as, okay, if you're saying Vanilla, the plant that is not that good in Steam Ages, is better than Lily of Alchemy, the plant in Steam Ages, then what are you saying about Lily of Alchemy? That's what he said.
I guess that's fair, although I took it more as just his opinion, but I don't know. I did not get the tone that he was trying to make it out. Yeah, but, like, all I'm trying to say, I did not get the tone that he's trying to, like, influence people into thinking Lily of Alchemy is bad. Although, we'll see.
I don't think he's, like, trying to project anything on anyone. I'm just saying. But it, like, even if it's an opinion, you can, like... It's all a game of subjectiveness, but I feel like there's still a depth of, I can say this, that kind of, like, makes you try and sway your opinion differently. I guess you'd say.
That's fine, although I will say his math is probably correct from what I've seen.
Good.
But again, I must stress to everyone, probability on paper and probability in real life are very different things. Trust me, now I can say from experience because I had I had a whole class on that.
Alright.
340 damage, which gives you a good timeline of just how long this can be. Again, assuming average luck. A more apt comparison due to the stun cost would in fact be Repeater, which deals 680 damage in this period, leaving the only target on average Lily kills quicker being Buckethead.
See, again,
yeah,
like...
that's on average. Like, again, as I tried to say so many times.
Ideal.
Whenever you say on average, that's like several probabilities snaps.
A more apt comparison
snapped onto each other, and that's not reflective of reality.
In fact, be Repeater.
Wait, but he says it's not. Repeater. So Repeater, the only thing Lily of Alchemy can kill quicker on average is Bucket. Then he says it's not ideal.
Deals 680 damage in this period, leaving the only target on average Lily kills quicker being Buckethead. Not ideal.
It really does come off to me though that he's trying to use the math to judge a plant than its actual execution.
I guess a little bit, yeah.
I just got confused.
Because he's comparing like the DPS average of Repeater to
I feel like those are like, yeah, you can mathematically compare those, but like there are way too many gameplay elements at play that math just cannot account for.
Yeah, I
think that's the problem here.
There's other people in this community that
take math way too religiously for plant balancing. It's like you should.
Yeah, like this math right here, it ignores so many things. It ignores the fact that this is a lobber. It ignores rate of fire. It ignores the the overall damage output. It ignores like recharge. It ignores plant food. It ignores so many different things that sets these two plants apart. And just using this math to claim, oh, this is overall better than this, is dishonest. Although I wouldn't say it's purposefully dishonest. It's just kind of like not in touch with the game.
That is ignoring the fact that these projectiles also stall. So the zombie is stacked behind that first zombie, they are just gonna take the second potion hit, due to the stall effect, unless they die quickly.
That's niche. That's a niche interaction. Like, sure, in PvZ2 where zombie density increases, if a second zombie comes in and takes the second potion hit, that's not always guaranteed to happen because zombies also have variable speed, so some run faster than others.
That's such a weird fact to me. Like, I still cannot believe that's real. Like, my whole life, I believe
PvZ1 was like that.
Yeah, I mean, Octogeddon is like that, and it uses basically the same code as PvZ1, but, like, I still find it very weird, because I've been conditioned my whole life to think zombies have specific speeds.
I think that's too niche to just judge a plant's special ability off, like, oh, a second zombie can come in and tank it. Well, the first zombie is still stalled, and it's taking 100 damage. What if the player has splash damage plants along with Lily? Well,
like, yeah, you can't really
taking the potion doesn't matter.
You can't really just compare math of Rapier and math of Lily of Alchemy and then come to the definitive conclusion. It's just you're just missing way too many pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah.
This is also entirely ignoring a fact that, while a lot of enemies in this world may have armor, not all of them do. Most notably, Coal from Coal Miner.
Okay, so I know what Creeps is about to get into. So Lily of Alchemy in Steam Age Part 1 is designed to be a counter to Coal Miner, but he believes that Coal Miner is actually a counter to Lily because of Coal Imps.
What do you think about that?
I think that is very wrong, because the Coal Imps come after Lily of Alchemy. Like, the only time that's technically a counter is if another plant destroys the cart before Lily of Alchemy can kill the zombie. But even then, like, 500 health for Lily of Alchemy is not that much, because when she gets potions, then she can severely hinder that coal. I've used her plenty of times against Coal Miner. I do not agree with that at all.
The zombie Lily was meant to deal with. These coals completely clog up Lily, and ensure it just kinda gets stuck. And having only broadly about 1.3 times P DPS assuming average RNG? Well, you're not killing Conehead level zombies with much speeds, and are not helping in the fight against Clockworks at all.
Again, I think we've already went on this, like, we've already said it many times, but I think it's important to just reiterate what we said. Math does not equal reality.
Even while ignoring their armor. They just don't really do a lot in Steam Ages. They have potential outside of it, sure, whether or not zombies like coal mine to limited space, so it just seems like a poor fit to the world to me right now.
It's not.
No. It also just
there's nothing else I can add. We said everything.
I would not say it's not. I would more so just say, in my opinion, it's not, because, like, that's hard to say objectively.
Well, we're the people who designed the world. We should know.
Yeah, obviously we know our intentions, but intentions and executions are two different things. And I do feel like Lily of Alchemy is.
But if Lily of Alchemy in our own world that we designed was not executed well in Steam Ages, then we wouldn't have her there, though.
He just forgot
That's
to
a
mention
bit of a weird line of thinking, but okay.
Well, you said it with Vanilla. You don't think Vanilla is actually a good Steam Age plant?
I think it's a fine Steam Age plant. I just think it would be a better plant in a different world. Although, like, I don't know. I mean, Lily of Alchemy is fine in Steam
Well,
Ages.
Well, but why is it a weird line of thinking to think, okay, if this plant didn't work well in this world, then why would it be in the plant roster for that world?
No, that's not what I meant. By weird line of thinking, I understood what you said as in, like, okay, because it was in Chinese version, like, that's why we had to do it here or something like that.
No,
I might have
that.
gotten it wrong.
The Chinese Lily of Alchemy is just a paywall plant advertising Steam Age.
I know. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, this is why you are our resident expert on 2C and not me, because I don't know stuff like that.
I was talking about our Lily.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I know. In my opinion, I think our Lily of Alchemy could have been better. All I can say is, like, I tried my best with her. I came up with this ability. I'm pretty satisfied with it. I do think the coal imps do kind of hamper it a little more than I would like. But at the same time, there are a lot of plants that can deal with coal imps.
Yeah,
so
like, again, from a single basis, again, like, even if it was in a scenario of Lily of Alchemy only versus coal miners, like, you're not going to take 175 plant alone. I mean, I've done it fine.
That's basically, like, what my entire line of thinking is. Like, Lily of Alchemy alone, yeah, it does kind of get countered a little bit by coal miners, like coal imps, but that's only if you bring it alone, which realistically you shouldn't do.
But
it should be a support.
This is what I was going on a bit early. Whether it's intentional or not, it does come off dishonest to do this mathematical, reductive analysis because it's not all pieces of the puzzle, as you've all put it.
Yeah, I don't think it's dishonest, but I don't think he did it intentionally dishonestly. I think that's just how he argues. Because I've spoken to Creeps a lot, and he does actually, like,
yeah, I know this is how he argues
to stuff like this.
No, I know. This is just how he usually thinks of things. I think he could. You know what? I already said. I think we said it earlier. We think he could be more analytical of the bigger piece, right? Is that what we said earlier?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing that applies here as well. I think.
Doesn't seem bad.
I don't know. Lily is weird for me because I'm also very mixed on Lily myself.
Look at that Lily column 2. Look at it.
That's funny.
Dama.
Like,
it just results in this.
I really like Lily, but at the same time, I do feel like she could be a little stronger. Although I do know that she has crazy potential, so, like, I don't really want to buff her or anything.
No, I think she's in a good spot, and she's a good cheap alternative from Goopy.
Middle ground between Staller and Attacker. Though you can consider a more offensive Snowpea, being with the stalling and having a much better DPS.
I really don't like these direct comparisons to other plants either.
Yeah, I feel like those are way too reductive.
Overall, and occasionally giving you a cool high roll and murdering.
Like, what does Snowpea have anything to do with Lily of Alchemy aside from they both can stall?
Yeah, basically nothing.
For free sometimes.
I mean, I guess you can compare them based on solely stalling, but, like, why would you bring Lily solely for stalling? Like, come on.
Weird plan, but
yeah, the stalling is just is a compliment to the armor pierce.
I don't know what to think of, but I do think he's misplaced regardless of his actual power.
Overall, I really couldn't understand this segment with Lily of Alchemy. There were a lot of comparisons to other plants that had no relevance to her, like Snowpea to her side stall or Repeater to her potion. I was trying to follow, but I really couldn't get it, and the math stuff too. I think we've stated more than enough why we don't think that's a good way to look at plants. But overall, I think comparing plants is not a good way to look at one another, especially if they aren't similar. One time someone talking to PMix said Stunyon has better stalling than Mistletoe, current Mistletoe at the time of this video being made, and PMix tried to inquire how a single-use instant is comparable to a staller you can stack up, which they kept dancing around trying to answer. It just comes off bad faith to force comparisons like this when you should really be looking at the plant within a wider context or how it can be applied to decks rather than baseline math. Also, the idea of why use this when this exists I think is just an actively harmful way to play a game as varied as PvZ, since you're just killing the majority of the fun you can make out of it just on your own. Now, is Lily of Alchemy's world placement in the wrong spot? No. The ability to armor pierce is very generalized that a plant like this could be placed anywhere. Take Stunnion for example, it's a stellar plant that's purpose was because iceberg lettuce doesn't work against the zombies in its world, but the ability is so general it could be placed anywhere. However, in context to Steam Age with Lily, it has the most armored zombies as well as levels utilizing bucket heads to the same amount as worlds like Big Wave Beach and Neon Mixtape Tour. I also think Vanilla fits into Steam Age as well. Its stun being distance based works well with how every zombie in Steam Age is slow, and the one who is fast, Gentleman, gets directly countered. And since the stun doesn't have much of an effect on backward zombies, I think it's good in keeping their threat present to play into the gameplay loop the world offers.
Oh, and by the way, plants should necessarily always be balanced in the worlds they're in.
Yeah, that makes... Wait, what does he say? Plants should...
Plan, but I don't know what to think of, but I do think he's misplaced regardless of his actual power. Oh, and by the way, plants should necessarily always be balanced.
Should? Is he saying shouldn't or should?
So,
So he's saying plants should necessarily be balanced around their world.
No, I think he's saying shouldn't. Shouldn't necessarily be.
I think he's misplaced
balanced
regardless
around.
of his actual
Okay, he believes Lily is misplaced. Don't
power.
agree.
Oh, and by the way, plants should necessarily always...
That sounds like should. Should necessarily
He just
be
speaks
balanced in
very fast, I think.
Okay, let's
He
just see
said
what he has.
shouldn't.
the worlds they're in. But because of the way PvZ2 works, also known as the world a plant is in is half the seed packet, it's more important than it really should be, and puts a lot more pressure on plant to unlock
I think he said should.
location. Let alone the simple fact that players are going to want to use a new plant they get, well, immediately, and use that as a first impression to base their thoughts on it off. This is the semi-quasi-weird stuff that only I would think about, but it's something that's very important to bring up here for this criticism as a whole. Peanut is horrifically misplaced
Oh god, I saw this clip and...
and does basically nothing in the world that other worlds can't do better.
oh
In
my
isolation, I
God.
do think Peanut is actually viable.
I hate that.
I don't know if he's talking about Steam Age, and he really doesn't. Hold on, let's just hear the thing. But he thinks Peanut is a horrific.
Let's hear the full thing. Let's hear the full thing.
These are now being worth a lot more sun on both offensive and defensive sides. In addition to a huge 10 seconds recharge time, and a sun shell that can make repairing Peanut really cheap. The actual issue of plan is just... its shooting element is kinda bad in Steam Ages. I already covered this, but this world...
Okay, that's an insane take. That is
okay.
a
So no,
monstrously wrong take. I'm sorry.
no. I've shown this to some other outsiders before us. Who like? In fact, I saw this clip before seeing the whole video because of someone showing it to me, and like I think a more unanimous take with I've seen with those people is they thought that part was really stupid. And you know what? I'm not going to be nice, creeps. That was.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be nice either. That was really stupid.
That was
really bad. Chris.
like, okay, so so how do we even tackle I mean, it's pretty obvious. It's a nut plant. We need a nut plant for Steam Age.
Can I just summarize it really quickly? Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Go
go
ahead.
into more depth, but
Okay. Range plant means it's better to put in the back, so it's more protected, so you can take advantage of its range. But defensive plants are put in the front, thus you would not put Peanut in the back. But oh, sewers are in the back. You can put Peanut on sewers. You put Peanut on sewers, now the range is from the back. That's why it works well. There you go.
yeah, like I think he's just saying the damage isn't enough for the Steam Age, but it's like that's not
Oh,
what it's all
like,
about.
It is really good in Steam Age. Like the fact that the stuff that you cover up manholes with can also help in the front line is huge.
Yeah, I'm not going to be nicer, creeps. This part is very stupid, but let's.
Well, this
continue.
tanky as heck. Peanut does about 1.25 times peak DPS.
Yeah.
Okay, with the math. Okay, listen. The math doesn't matter here because you get value automatically just by a wall that you are using for sewers already chipping in for damage in the front line. Even if it's a little bit of damage, it doesn't matter because you're getting so much value out of the fact that you have a ranged sewer clogger.
If I may
150.
speak, the way that I tend to use Peanut is as an early game plant. I put it on the sewers and it deals with the early game really well. So
And that as well.
I mean, even in late game, just having that extra damage is helpful no matter what. Like, even if it's 20, that doesn't matter because it's still helping.
Yeah, it's still helping. Like, chip
So-
damage is still damage, and chip damage is always good. That's why people use vines. That's why so many people like Blastberry Vine, because it's just chip damage that is there and doesn't take up space. It's helping.
That is just not enough. And this is
It's not
ignoring the
enough
hard...
because it's not supposed to be enough. Oh my god!
Okay.
This one is so bad.
Hey, calm down,
Phoenix.
P-Man. Calm down.
Oh, this is really. Ooh, this is the spicy part.
damage when it gets
Keep
eaten,
going.
which, spoilers,
We're getting
is
heated.
gonna get you nothing.
I really hate this. Like, this isn't even a Creeps problem. This is an everybody problem in this community. I fucking hate when people make a vague statement on something to criticize it by saying something does nothing. It is vague and says absolute. Unironically, it says
listen.
nothing of itself.
That is the mother of all reduction statements, because it reduces any type of complexity possible of a topic to, oh, it doesn't matter.
This isn't just a Creeps thing, and we're not explicitly criticizing him for the. I mean, I am going to criticize him for using that because it's a really bad argument to make. But so many people in the community fucking do this. It is so bad. You are saying nothing by saying something does nothing. If you want to say it does nothing, explain how. Okay.
I think, yeah, this is definitely the highest our blood pressure will get in this video.
In which, spoilers,
The fucking two-headed plant.
is gonna get you nothing. Against backwards threats, it just can barely chip away at them.
Lost
No
connection.
faster than a plan like
reconnecting.
Durian does.
Oh god. No, now he's saying. Okay, so what he's saying now.
Wait, it's
is,
not playing for me. It's not playing for me. Where are you
I
at?
paused.
For half.
Okay, 32:51.
I'll rewind it because he says like against backwards zombies it does barely
In
enough.
which, spoilers, is gonna get you nothing. Against backwards threats, it just can barely chip away at them. No faster than a plan like Durian does for half the cost. In
Bro, you cannot put in okay, first of all, you cannot
Calm
put
down.
in durian on the sewers. That's the whole appeal of Peanut. Second of all,
You can put in durian on sewers.
You can put in the
What?
sewers.
you can put it on sewers.
Yes.
Even in its normal states.
Yes. What do you
Yeah.
mean normal state? Do you mean
Like
Mercadania?
non-defensive states.
And durian is
like-
alwaes defensive.
Oh, and durian, I heard Red Stinger somehow. I heard Red Stinger. Oh my god, I am losing my mind.
P-mix.
I am losing my mind.
No, he's saying Endurian's better than Peanut in this.
Oh, okay, Endurian, right. Somehow I mistook Endurian for Red Stinger. I'm
Endurian
genuinely
has
losing
less
my
health,
mind.
though. Endurian has
Okay,
less
yeah,
health. though.
Endurian is good, but again, the big appeal with Peanut is the fact that you can get value out of him from the back lines because he contributes to the front lines.
I think
That's the value.
I
Endurian cannot do that.
I think it's also reductive to compare worldly plants to this. Like, okay, well, you were talking about Peanut as the Steam Age plant, so like comparing it to Endurian, it's like okay, but Endurian's the Lost City plant, so.
I mean, you can compare how different
I
plants.
guess saying in usage case, but it comes off more like he's arguing about why he thinks it's. He doesn't even say think. He just says objectively why he's saying
that's the
Peanut
problem
is.
here. I think this is something that he thinks, but he's like trying to spin it as if it's just this is better and this is worse.
But it's like okay, but Peanut has a significantly faster recharge to always upkeep himself.
Yeah, like again, I think this would have been fine if he acknowledged that Peanut is the only defensive plant in the game that can actually benefit from being further from the back and still be a defensive, and Steam Ages is the perfect world for defensives in the back. Like, come on, it's not that
But
hard.
then, like, if you argue Primal Walnut for recharge, but Primal Walnut can't shoot.
Okay, can we
like-
please move on? My blood, like, my blood vessels are about to.
Yeah, P-Mix's cock is throbbing hard. We need to move on.
general.
You know how in cartoons like they get those like veins on their forehead? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
about to burst for me.
Offering an alternate way to use melee to combat pursuers and make space harder contests.
Wait, are you talking about Pumpkin as a better alternative?
Oh my god.
No, we thought about this. We didn't include Pumpkin because we want to focus on the Steam Age, on Steam Age's environment itself. Pumpkin requires you to bring much more plants to play with it, which doesn't really fit into the world's loop. Like, you can only, like, Pumpkin for sewers only works with flying plants, but like, outside of,
Like, honestly, if Pumpkin worked
In general-
as a lily pad for sewers, we could have probably done
that
it,
was,
but it
in
doesn't
fact,
work
that was
way.
the idea. Pumpkin was going to be a Steam Age plant with the idea of lily-padable sewers, but PMix didn't know how coding worked, so that's why I got scrapped. But also, Pumpkin requires you, if you can't do that, it requires you to, like, play with plants that synergize with it perfectly. But when all of this on the right is going on, we need to focus more on the gameplay loop of Steam Age itself. Is what I'm saying making sense? Like,
I don't know, it's all becoming white noise at this point.
Pumpkin just adds too much to this world. It would make the player try and play with too much at once, which doesn't sound bad, but it's like, okay, but with this Part 2 special roster, it's a lot.
Bossinator, you're probably gonna want to say
you want
that
to run a different
here.
wall of the peanut here. And I do think this
we
slot
have
would be better used like pumpkin or wasabi.
Okay, hold on, can you pause?
Dangerous threats in the world, which is small gear.
Wait. Oh, how did it play so much? I hate it when the player does this.
While being not bad.
Oh yes, I did hear him say Wasabi Whip would have been a good alternative for a Steam Age plant.
We did consider Wasabi Whip, but he was just way too expensive.
An alternate.
Too expensive, does not fit the themes. Yes, we care about theming.
Way to use melee to combat pursuers and make space harder contests. And Wasabi, because ability to hit backwards with high damage and range, makes it a solid enough.
Yeah, I don't disagree. This would be a good contender, but
and he was a good contender. He was a good contender, but he did not win.
Thematically does not fit. Way too expensive. We already have Lotus Root at the expensive plant. And we really wanted a plant to play with sewers directly.
And also, like, he's a melee plant, and Lotus Root is also a melee plant. Like, there would be overlap there.
Yeah. I think he does. He's not so much of a fan of Lotus Root in Steam Age either, but
to a counter while being not bad against the front either. Food for thought.
This was a very spicy part of the video, and I still stand by what I said. I think the points presented were stupid, especially considering Creep said with full confidence Peanut does not belong in Steam Age. Aside from what was already said, he makes points that don't have relevance to Peanut's position in Steam Age itself, such as saying Endurian is better than Peanut, but later in the video he'll go on to say Endurian can't hold up against backward zombies, which is more of a problem of Creeps himself because, as it will be discussed later on in the video, he didn't really engage with the gameplay loop of Steam Age's territorial control, which does require you to maintain your walls for sewers and support them with plants that can attack behind. This isn't a problem that Peanut can't deal with backward zombies alone. No wall can, except for Explodonut. So, as for the plants he suggested that would have been better placements than Peanut, Pumpkin, which I fumbled a lot trying to explain, was originally going to be the nut plant, but it has a major problem. It doesn't synergize with sewers. PMix, who isn't versed in PvZ2's coding, wanted it to be the flower pot of Steam Age so any plant can be on a sewer if Pumpkin is there, but that's not how it works. So it can only work with flying plants, which are Rhodobega, Void Orchid, Cauliflower, and Solar Sage, and Ghost Pepper. 2 of these plants are instas and wouldn't even need to be protected. Void and Cauli are expensive plants that most players wouldn't want to risk on sewers unless they have full confidence in protecting them. But Void requires to be planted around a special layout created by the player to maximize its use of redirection, and Rhodobega alone I don't think is enough to justify this being a world plant. Also, in my opinion, Pumpkin is in a much healthier position being a premium plant that can be obtained at any moment in the game as long as you have the gems for it. Explodonut was also originally a Steam Age plant, but he performed much better on the front than sewers. when our intent is we want a wall plant on sewers, and if we wanted to make him work would need to rebalance him, which we did not want to do because his balance is in a good position. This problem also extends to Pumpkin. Peanut was perfect because it already had fast recharge, so it can be used on both the front and back in repairing them, gives value being placed on sewers, and well, everything PMX already explained. Wasabi Whip was already explained. Lotus Root exists, and having 2 melee plants in a world roster is just weird. I don't even consider Lotus Root a melee plant, and I made him. That's just what a lot of people came to call him, but he is a mid-range attacker like Fume Shroom. But if we were to go with this mindset as well, I don't think it's good to have 2 expensive heavy plants in the world roster either.
Maypole mechanic is weird. It's a plant I'm incredibly neutral on, in a way that I don't think I've ever been before. It's a plant where my dislikes come from the fact that, despite everything...
Radiku, Creeps is bleeding into your mic.
Oh shit.
Maypop is far too simple for its own well-being, despite seemingly being complicated. The backwards projectile rebounds after being fired, which sounds like a beastal trait, but in practice it doesn't really mean much. It'll hit anything to the right regardless. So
again, with the doesn't mean much, I hate that.
At first glance it seemed like...
That's dumb. Like, the backwards gear does so much damage. It's actually...
No, he means the bouncing gear. He means the bouncing gear.
Really mean...
Oh, the bouncing gear?
Yeah, let me see. I wish
the
I could
bouncing
use...
gear... Okay, he complained that Coal Imps completely cluttered Lily of Alchemy when the bouncing gears are perfect for them.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of why Berry Blaster also existed in Steam Age at a point. The bouncing projectiles was really good against Coal Miner 2. And all that, and the hordes.
The backwards projectile rebounds after being fired, which sounds like a beastal trait, but in practice it...
Oh, he is talking about the rebounding projectile. No, that means a lot. That's 100 damage that gets to go forward.
Yeah, that's insane damage.
And it can hit anything that comes out of the sewers if you play.
Lily of Alchemy did 100 damage with the RNG, Maypop does it consistently.
Oh, like, the rebound is so it can hit backward zombies, but if it doesn't hit a backward zombie, then it can rebound and act as a frontward damage.
Really mean much?
Yeah.
It'll hit anything to the right regardless, so while at first glance it seems like you would want to put this in front of sewers, there's no reason to instead put them behind a sewer.
100 damage per cog. Guy. 100 damage per cog.
Like, okay, yeah, it does make sense. If you can do this, yes, but at the same time, if you put one here and have... I'm moving my mouse around. People can't see it, but if that Enduring was on that sewer right there and you put a Maypop in its place, the forward gear can still attack while it hits the backward zombie.
Also, consider the fact that you would maybe want other attackers behind sewers and not Maypop. Like a Ultimato, for example, or a banana launcher, something expensive that you want to protect, like just food for thought.
Yeah, like
I'm being so mean. I'm being so mean. Sorry.
No, I understand.
Just these statements that tick me off.
No, I know why they can be annoying. It's because you just hear them so much. But no,
yeah, I hear them so much.
No, I don't think... Like, yeah, of course you can get more value out of Maypop doing with backward zombies if you put it behind the sewer, but that doesn't negate not putting them in front of the sewers, because then you can have other plants behind the sewer, and maybe you don't want Maypop to maybe you want Maypop to distribute its damage.
Especially as otherwise you're missing half...
Especially as otherwise...
projectiles. Even then, its backward shot is actually weaker than a Splippy Barrage, albeit by...
Splippy has 2 times PD plus Maypop mechanics 1.95 on the large...
decimals of fractions, so I don't really think it's all that strong to keep zombies off a back. However, this projectile hits very hard, so it's not like the plan is weak at all. In fact, the plan still works in the world, as the bouncing smaller gear is very strong against the mages.
Okay, there we go.
Several targets have huge hitboxes, including some of the most dangerous threats in the world, which is...
This is exactly what we meant earlier with Mechanics' larger hitbox fucked him over so bad. Maypop bodies him and getting hit.
Well, gear can easily bounce between. It has a hard limit at 5 to 6 targets, though, which is similar to the amount of damage a backwards gear can do. so the front projectile doesn't hit all that hard, but adds a lot of damage to specific threats, without the plant being overly reliant on it. To me, this plant is bizarrely too simple to use for the complications it has. It's best described as a more reliable bowling bulb in terms of usage, as it doesn't at all have a reliability problem, but to me, also just makes an interesting plant. I don't like this thing personally, because it tracks a lot from what made bowling bulb one of the plants I consider to have the best playstyle, so unique. But I have to appreciate that a lot of casual players aren't familiar with how to use bowling bulb, and if you look at it that way, it's fine, I guess. As a random aside, I think this thing might be
I don't know what that's supposed to entail.
Let him cook.
Like, why would you say something is fine, then say, with a pause,
Let him
I
cook.
guess.
Let him cook.
the stats. It's not unlikely for her to hit most, if not all, the bounce cap on most attacks, and without bowling bulb's reliability problem against tanky threats, it is insanely strong outside of Steam Ages. With just simple instant support, it can really quite easily destroy most levels without much challenge at all. It being oversized is somewhat necessary for Steam Ages, I'd argue, but is an issue I can see being a continual one. In other words, power creep seems like it's already active, which will need to be kept an eye on as it—
What do you think?
I think that we have done so much fucking balancing on this thing that that's just not true. We've done so much balancing on Maypop, you can't imagine. Literally, fucking Pos Altvers was saying that it's way too weak, like 1 or 2 weeks before before we uploaded the final build, and then we buffed it a little bit, and now it's considered too much. Like, no. Just
There's
no.
no middle ground. There's no middle ground.
There's no middle ground.
continues.
Like, no, I don't think it's way too powerful. I think it deals exactly as much damage as it should for 250 sun. And I think that the backwards
damage a hit. If it can hit one zombie, it'll do 120 damage.
Yeah, that's a really good
but
deal.
it also has like what kind of fire rate, like 3.4 or something.
Yeah, but it's also like it's still really good because of the bouncing gear. And
I don't
also,
agree with the power creep thing either.
I do not agree with the power creep thing in the slightest.
Lotus Root is quite simple in comparison. It's pretty much in the wrong world here.
No, it's not.
No.
I'm just going to say this outright. Absolutely not. No.
I'm not referring to how it almost looks like a wall mural out of Mario 64.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much
That's
every
funny.
threat in Steam Ages has a way to bypass him, or
I see. I have a problem with pausing too much, but at the same time, I want to commentate.
the walls he relies on to deal good damage, so his utility can be somewhat questionable at times. He does appreciate there being zombies absolutely everywhere, so he can hit max DPS often, but he struggles a lot to break through the tanks approaching in my experience.
I mean, you're using him without walnuts or any kind of defenses in front of him.
So this is a problem. I've seen Creeps say that too much things of Steam Age counters him, and I know he's going to bring this up in his video, because why wouldn't he? If you're struggling, so I do agree that everything in Steam Age counters Lotus Root, but Lotus Root counters everything in Steam Age. It's a 50-50. But if you want Lotus Root to not be countered, you gotta play him
Lotus
smart.
Root works like this. You protect him, he counters everything. You don't protect him, everything counters him.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that.
Exactly. If you're struggling to use Lotus Root, it's not... If you're struggling to get value out of Lotus Root, it's absolutely your fault. You're not protecting him, and you need to.
He has insane DPS. Like, actual insane DPS.
If all 5 shots connect, he deals 175 damage to a zombie in 1 shot.
Like, that's insane.
So we're advised for anyone who's struggling using Lotus Root, just plant him further in the back. He has a vision range of 4 tiles ahead of him. And that's plenty of room for his shots to hit zombies, and you can also just get a
Also, the big reason why
he's
he's in Steam Ages specifically is because once you put him and a walnut in front, he can munch down on clockwork zombies. Like, he can do it all day.
Yeah, like if all the zombies are tanky, then Lotus Root's the great counter for that tankiness. Like, you just need to protect him, and then he'll work. So
Also, especially if you pair him and a walnut and a magnet room in a different lane, you will never ever have trouble from Clockworks.
So yeah, so if you're struggling to use Lotus Root, try building him a bit further in the back. You'll get more. While the shots will take longer to connect, you're still doing damage, and other projectiles can, like right here, can go into other lanes and hit other zombies. Like these 4 shots are going to hit this repair imp. And then, like, once you get that column down, you can then work to get a second column more closer. Obviously, have some nuts. Have a wall plant. And you can, for example, Steam Age Day 31, you can solo the entirety of it with just two columns of Lotus Root and some insta support. Like, that's how good he is.
Lotus Root very much works for Steam Age.
He was not misplaced. He was absolutely not misplaced.
He was literally made for Steam Age's part.
And especially for when he's introduced, feels like he needs a lot of extra support to truly work.
Well, yes.
Outside of Steam Age,
he needs extra support for him to work. But when he works, he works.
Yeah, he's not a primary attacker. If you're treating him like, think of like how Wasabi Whip's 350 Sun. That's a secondary attacker, but it is very good. Right? That's the same with Lotus Root. It's an expensive plant, but it's not a primary attacker. You could make him a primary attacker if you plant them more carefully down in the back lines, like right here.
It's fine. His damage output is a lot more reliable in the early game, as he really wants there to be rows of zombies to ensure his missing isn't super likely. But even still, his range can be less than what he wants.
I mean, like, his
the whole
damage
point is that you
maximizes.
wait for the zombies to come near him. That's the whole point of him.
Exactly. It's like video game shotgun. Like, it's not like...
I mean, it's not like video game shotgun, it's like shotgun. Like, just point blank. It's shotgun. That's how a shotgun works.
No, I say video game shotgun because video game shotguns have that in real life, how shotguns are actually very long-ranged. But in video games, like, they're mid to close range. Like, all of a sudden, the bullets suddenly disappear. That's Lotus Root. Lotus Root is video game shotguns. His water pellets just evaporate after a while. He is video game shotgun.
In many cases, the effective range is only really about 3 tiles. Before enough shots start missing, that his DPS is less of a selling point. He's not unusable, and up close he does actually have a really solid DPS. And with the proper spawn installers, Pumpkin, and other walls, he can definitely pull his weight. I do quite like using him. Hard to go wrong with shotgun. I do think these plants as a whole could be better utilized by the levels though. I think Lotus particularly notable. Its introduction level in Steam Age's Day 25 is built around keeping mechanics alive, and does a great job of showcasing how utterly hopeless Lotus is against them.
Again, use walls.
It just doesn't deal enough damage to mechanics to overwhelm them at all.
Use walls.
Well, it's not supposed to deal damage to mechanics directly. It's supposed to.
Walls.
It's literally meant. Okay, think about this. The goal of the level is to kill Clockworks, meaning you have to keep mechanics alive to keep Clockworks being produced. That's what Lotus is really good at. He's really good at killing Clockworks that get produced. He's not good at killing mechanic. That's why you have the Lava Guava there.
Like,
it's not hard.
You're saying, like, he's not good at killing Clockworks, but then, like, you show...
No, he is.
No, not you, Creeps.
No, I think Creeps just said that he's bad at killing mechanics.
No, he said Clockworks as well. Listen.
I think Lotus particularly notable. Its introduction level in
His introduction level, listen.
Steam Age's Day 25 is built around keeping mechanics alive, and does a great job of showcasing how utterly hopeless Lotus is against them.
Against them, but he's also bringing up Clockworks as part of it.
Okay, jury's out. Jury's out on that one.
Like you're showcasing, you don't have a wall here, but then later, but then you're showing later how it works. You have the walls, and then you have the magnet shroom to neuter the Clockwork with, which even without the magnet shroom, Lotus Root, again, 175 damage a shot.
Oh my god, we are overanalyzing this so much.
No, it's important to. I think it's important to explain ourselves and everything.
I mean, it is. I just don't want to come across as the actually guy.
Isn't it? I mean, that's every PvZ2 modder, let's be real.
I mean, true.
The mechanic of a world we haven't really talked much about yet. Well, considering how linked it is with the level design this world, Let's talk about it first, because the sewers are somewhat frustrating. I don't like this gimmick much. Conceptually it's fine, but there's a few major sticking points that make this gimmick not my favorite to play against. And I hope to explain why. The first part, and the most complicated to explain annoyingly enough, is the way the game is balanced. See, Reflourished is pretty close to vanilla in terms of balancing. Vanilla plants rarely get significant changes, and when they get rebalanced, they tend to get general stat increases or decreases in stats like recharge, or costs. What they don't tend to get is damage increases. That's fairly rare. If you actually look at your potential backwards damage, you may quickly realize you don't exactly have a lot of it. At all. Only increases level 2 Sun, but only deals about 1.5 times speed damage. Slippy does 2 times speed damage, but is absolutely useless on the front end.
So his main criticism with the mechanics, the world mechanic, is that the threats that can take care of them aren't that strong. And this is where I hugely it's complicated because like there's so many ways you can tackle backward zombies.
I think that's actually why I like the gimmick so much. It's because you can't easily get rid of it. Like, yeah, all the plants in the game aren't the best at dealing with backwards stuff, but that's why I like the gimmick. That's why we didn't have any specials coming out of the sewers, because the backwards zombies themselves are threatening enough, because you don't have as many answers to them as you do for front-facing zombies.
Oh, actually, hold on, let me Creeps respond.
Sewer furnace time.
Yeah, it gives a lot of credit to those plants as well. Like, a big reason why I thought up of this gimmick is because I just wanted Splitby to have a use somewhere.
The way I see it is, I think when you use one plant alone with the sewers, okay, there's so many ways you can tackle them. I don't think there is a concrete answer. Like, obviously, some of the more clear counters would be things like homing thistle, cattail, splippy. But then you can use other things depending on the sewer layout, like chompers or eat plants. You can use instant. Fat beet, yes, fat beet.
Celery stalker.
Melee plants, and durian,
you can charge guard them to the front.
That was always my favorite thing. Like, there is a lot you can actually do to counter them. Like, that it really, depending on what you use or how you use it, will affect the effectiveness of taking care of the sewers. Like, the most effective way is easily cattail, just like 2 cattails minimum will take care of the sewers. Or not even bringing a backwards attacker, just bringing Tallnut right here can take care of sewers for like throughout an entire level, as long as you keep them repaired. Like, you can just hold the zombies in place the entire time.
Plants like Starfruit or Rhodobagger don't do great damage behind them either, and Sling Pea isn't exactly picking up the slack.
I mean, again, that's why Bucketheads are the highest tiers of backward zombies. That's why we don't have special backwards, because, yes, there aren't that many good options against them. Meaning, even a Buckethead is a very threatening zombie when he comes from the sewers. Yeah, we very much designed the world around that.
Yeah, so like, I mean, yeah, like, yeah, I mean, we absolutely took Reflourish's balancing in mind. I wasn't even part of the team when backward zombies were made, but the balance was...
I can tell you that we did. I was a part of the team then.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean, it was all put into consideration. I think it works for Herx. Like, I'm not sure, maybe he'll say, but I'm not sure how effective he wants the sewer counters to be in his eyes, but I think for what we did and how they're explicitly basics only because of the balance, and because also I think it would just muddy things up if there was a backwards special.
Yeah.
I think the balance for sewers was achieved perfectly.
To be fair, before Steam Age, the worst you could deal with in the back...
I think we did a good job.
...is most likely Loshri anyways. But in Steam Ages, there are buckets. And buckets are a problem. Especially when they spawn
video's right... not playing for me.
What the hell? It's playing for me.
For me, it's stuck on an ad.
Oh, it's on an ad.
Oh yeah, I had to skip
Okay,
it.
now, playing.
But in Steam Ages, there are buckets, and buckets are a problem, especially when they spawn right at the back, and are almost immediately on your backline eating your plants. Sure, wolves can stall them, but the levels tend to really like spawning a ton of buckets when they do appear.
This is mainly in part 1. The higher bucket density on backward sewer is mainly part 1. Because the world...
that's just because part 1 had to kind of double down on the sewers because it didn't have threatening specials from the front.
Yeah. As threatening as part 2.
If you're relying on something like Split Pea, you're likely doing little to no damage towards them. Unless you're running something like Tollnet, you're going to have problems with walls coming down too fast.
I think Creeps, I think you're the only one who has this problem. I'm gonna be perfectly honest.
Listen, all this footage that's been shown has just been mostly trying to use Split Pea, and I will say Split Pea, while he definitely gets like additional use in Steam Age, he's not the best compared to Cattail.
Yeah. Also, another thing, remember that Magnet is really good in Steam Ages, and Bucketheads are the highest tier that can come from backwards, from sewers.
Yeah, Magnet is a very high tier plan in Steam Age that you can use it to counter backwards buckets.
Especially if zombies start stacking. And
he's trying to play creatively, though. He's not trying to stick to just only Steam Ages played, so that could be like a...
I mean, listen, I've used Split Pea a lot in Steam Ages, and even for Buckethead clusters, honestly, all I have to do is replace the wall once, and then that's it. They're gonna die.
My favorite thing to do with
Split Pea... It takes a little bit. It takes a bit for them to die, but they do die.
My favorite thing to do in Steam Age with Split Pea is Torchwoods on the sewer holes, protect them with Pumpkin.
You're stuck trying to kill Bucketheads, while the basic behind it starts tearing down a wall and impede it.
And then you have to immediately replace the wall that just got eaten. That's part of the gameplay loop. Like, you don't just allow them to go and waltz into your defense. You gotta replace it instantly.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think having to replace... This is day 1.
My second issue in mind, they take up a space. And because they have to be near the back to do it...
Yeah, that's the whole point.
I'm not... Okay, hold on. Let's just hear. Maybe he's trying to elaborate. It takes up more space compared to other space evading mechanics. I mean, Wild West...
My brain is fried at this point.
Anything, you end up losing a lot of valuable space of sewers. Even on a simple level like Day 17, you lose 2 tiles in the first column and 1 in the second.
Right,
yes,
so this is something I've heard him criticize a lot in the stream, is that he really does not like column 1 and 2 sewers, but this has to be if every sewer was right here, then it's like, why bother with backwards attackers at all?
Yeah, if we want to have a threatening world gimmick, we gotta make it threatening.
Also, this is part of a nitpick. I really don't know if these plant rosters are the best to showcase I mean, what's going on here? You're trying to use Peanut explicitly as the only counter to the sewer. I think during his Steam Age stream he was just very adamant on not using Cattail.
Yeah, I think that's what formed a lot of his opinions about sewers, which are
so
weird.
And that I would criticize. Well, to me, that's like going into other worlds without their counters, like going into Jurassic Marsh without Knockback or Perfume Shroom, or going
to Big Wave Beach without Lily Pad. Sure, you can do that, but
Dark Ages without Sun Shroom, Frostbite Caves without any fire plants of any kind. It's yeah, of course the mechanics are going to become very brutal when you don't take their counters. That's just how those worlds were designed. They were designed for some certain plants to be harder counters than other plants.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's used Primal Walnut at all.
This is not uncommon. Even when nothing is spawning, your defense...
And to me, that kind of, I never have this problem because I'm taking the counter, so I'm trying to think is not taking the counters valid for this criticism? Is that if that's how you'd put it?
I don't know.
Because
let's just move on.
Has to contour around them pretty hard. You need several tiles to deal with them usually, and while walls can be placed in the sewers, you usually need another tile to just kill whatever appears, which can hit your sun production really hard. It's also notable when this world has threats like Coal Miner, Mechanic, and Furnace, who can heavily punish you if left unchecked, where losing just a few tiles can become a massive problem. And these sewers aren't used lightly either. They are often a huge threat in levels they appear in, especially in Part 1.
5 jalapeno world.
Yeah, I think that's also part of that. I know Creeps has said in the past he's not a fan of how heavily used the sewers are, but it's like... I mean, every world mechanic...
It is the gimmick. It is
it's the gimmick.
What do you expect?
I mean, you kind of have to use the world mechanic a lot. That's like just how every PvZ2 world is. Like,
Big Wave Beach without tide.
Also, all the specials are literally made with sewers in mind. Using them without sewers is not gonna... it's not gonna bring out the design prowess that it could.
See, I like this layout here, using Lotus Root to hard counter sewers. This was also part of Lotus Root being part of the world.
Yeah, I love strats like this, they're funny.
But yeah, I don't know, it just comes off as moot points that, like, sure, you can criticize it, but I don't think it's really a criticism, because it's like, well, it's not much we can really work with, because that's just part of the design. Like, if Jurassic... So here's another world I think I could compare it to. Jurassic Marsh, like, okay, like, I hate the dinos there. I'm glad Reflourished nerfed them. But, like, if I just told PopCap, don't use... cut the usage of dinos in half, like, Jurassic Marsh would just suck even more, I think.
Yeah,
it's like the dinos are the mechanic, just like sewers are the mechanic. It's not like worlds like a Lost City or Frostbite Caves where there's like more things going on that you can levy them. Like, there's only one mechanic, and some worlds can compensate by using a mechanic left when it has a secondary or tertiary mechanic as well.
Okay, can we please move on? I'm tired of this point.
The levels will always put the sewers really close to whatever is going to push you the most.
I mean, yeah,
that being my third issue. This all just means that sewers can often become frustrating, especially if, like me, you appreciate deck variety. Here's a fun story. When I record footage of videos, I tend to rarely lose, even when picking incredibly stupid decks. This is not because I'm such an epic gamer that I'm incapable of failure, because I'm incredibly used to playing in stupid ways. Like,
no, see, I can resonate with this, though, and personally I never had problems, because I love playing with random decks and fucking around and see what happens. But, like, even I think there's a point in time where you have to, like, realize, okay, I understand I can't get away with everything I want to. And,
yeah, like,
and that,
you
and
have to take
scenario,
responsibility for some of it.
And in that scenario, what I do then is I would just take the hard counter cattail or something like that. I would still continue to play with my wacky deck, but I would just take at least one hard counter. Super hard counter.
Very often,
also a reminder that the hardest level got beaten with pea shooter.
City levels straight shooter only against excavators, but I still generally win.
Okay, well, again, if you're taking straight shooters only against excavator, like, you're asking to die. How are you even winning this then? How do you kill the excavator?
I think he's abusing their weird eat hitbox so that he like feeds them chili beans or something.
Be a bit closer than I'd like, but it's rare I actually lose. Steam Ages is a big exception to this rule. I lose a lot in my footage, and the main culprit is that the answers to sewers tend to be very specific. And when I absentmindedly pick my dumb decks, these answers don't come up that often. And like something like Lily has...
I don't think the answer...
Point, you're kind of asking for it, like, come on.
Yeah, like, I feel like this has to do with you're playing too stupid for a 5-pepper world. Like, sure, you're getting away with this in Big Wave Beach, but with how how demanding Steam Age is of its zombie variety. I don't think
Like,
you can really get away with that.
We have specifically designed Steam Age's gimmick to not be cheesable.
Yeah,
Like,
you have to play with it, or
you have to engage with it.
at the very minimum, you just need one plant that can counter it. At the very minimum.
But you have to still bring one plant that can counter.
And, like, sure, you're bringing Split Pea, but then I feel like your surrounding plants aren't that good to allow Split Pea to work. Again, I can't really get into the specifics. I'm not going to, like, move around the video and nitpick your decks, but I feel like this does start to become a you problem.
As a heating and by caves, these counters don't click as plans that you must bring, but if
again.
not brought,
God
can cause
damn.
losses all the same.
Okay,
the bigger
hold
problem
on,
to me.
I'm getting an ad.
Oh my god. We're almost
Okay.
there. 10 minutes.
Ad over.
Yeah, that they also tend to mostly be plans that really define your deck. I'm sorry, but if you're bringing Cattail when you have 7 slots, like I do, you're going to need to focus on it hard. Otherwise you lose out on too many slots and too much sun.
No, you don't. You have so... Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Okay, he's playing with 7 seed slots. That's still more than enough for a single cattail to not completely choke your funny strategy.
Yeah, like, I mean, you don't even need Cattail for this level. You could bring, like, a really good counter to this level is just Ultimato. There's that one...
Oh yeah, this is like one level that you really don't need cattail in.
Laser Beam as well. I mean, Banana Launcher is also great for this level. There's plenty of... You don't need... This is one of the few levels where backwards attackers aren't mandatory because you have that space for that sewer thing. And then you can argue, well, I would like more levels like this, but I feel like, okay, but if there's levels where you don't have to engage with the counter and just bring whatever you want, then I feel like... what would you say? I feel like it's missing out on a lot of variety that you can use sewers. Because then you have to put all the sewers
he's
here.
making it out to be like he's making it out to be bring cattail or die. Like, no, you can counter sewers in so many different ways.
Yeah, I mean, we've been discussing them throughout the whole video recording session. What counters sewers?
The deal of everything
Okay, let's
else
just move
going
on. I'm
the
tired of
works.
speaking on this
The
topic.
close to a one-shot solution I found is Endurian, but even that is comedically unreliable at best. And you still usually need a
Well, yeah, that's the point. It makes you engage with the gimmick. You can't just bring a one solution for it and... Like, there is no one solves all
but then...
solution.
But he said earlier that Endurian is more effective in dealing with backward zombies than Peanut, but then he's saying it's not good here.
No, I think he's trying to make the point of, like, even the best one is not good, or something like that.
Well, no, that's...
backwards attack to help out. I don't particularly enjoy this, at least in a vanilla-style mod. The best will given to PvZ2 are the ones that inherently allow you to run more or less whatever damn hell you like, and if they punish you for...
No, I don't agree with that. I think the best gimmicks are the ones that present you with a challenge that you can tackle in different ways. And that's exactly what Steam Ages does.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I feel like worlds that let you do whatever the hell you want, the way they're designed is also just more broad. Like Lost City, for example, its world mechanic is giving you extra sun, but then it compensates.
I really don't understand why he's trying to make the point that the gimmick is actually working as intended as a bad thing. Like, the gimmick is literally made for you to have to work around. There is no easy way out of it. If anything, you should appreciate that. You're an Eclipse guy.
Yeah, it seems very counterintuitive or
also,
misunderstanding.
by Eclipse guy, I mean just someone who has started PvZ with Eclipse. I don't mean to say that he's just an Eclipse player or whatever. Don't misconstrue me.
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive. Or he's just misunderstanding the point. Like, he can... It really does come off more in this segment that he's painted more as a negative than just
Like, yeah,
writing it like
he's
I don't like
saying,
this personally.
Like he's describing the gimmick working as intended, and then saying that that's a bad thing.
Yeah, I think this whole point is mute. Like if you told me that...
I think I would say that the point is just misunderstanding what the world is trying to do.
Yeah, and at that point you can say, well, this really isn't my kind of preference. But
you know,
he's
with
not
so
saying
many,
that.
like, this is like, what, the 50th time he said, oh, it's not my preference? I do kind of wonder, like, okay, he likes playing Steam Ages in our mod, but I wonder, like, why does he like it if he finds so many things to be, like, kind of whatever? I mean, okay, I'm not gonna question it. I'm glad that he's enjoying it, don't get me wrong, I really am. I just kind of find, like, okay, so you're enjoying our mod, but you've spoken a lot more about what you don't enjoy compared to what you do enjoy. So I'm just kind of, like, a little puzzled. But okay, let's see how the video progresses. Maybe that's in the conclusion.
Let's put things on a hold here because there's a lot to talk about. There's been a bit of a back and forth throughout most of the video about Steam Age's mechanic and gameplay loop. Creeps says it's too restrictive and doesn't allow for much variety, while PMix and I say the opposite. We do acknowledge that Steam Age's world mechanic has a deliberate design to force you to use certain plants to counter the world mechanic, though. However, we've already listed other PvZ2 worlds that force you into this, but comparatively to Steam Age, they offer less variety with what you can use to fight back. Frostbite Caves only has Pepper Pult and Hot Potato. If you were to only do a first playthrough, not obtaining Fire Plant premiums or playing the expansion afterwards. Dark Ages has Jester, which shuts down old projectile plants, and Jurassic Marsh will clobber a majority of players if they don't use knockback plants or perfume shroom. Now, I think the best way to show what I and PMix have been talking about with how much you're allowed to do in Steam Age is to show pictures of people within the community playing with the world, which is what all these screenshots you've been looking at are. The sorts of strategies I'm showing is what I love so much about Steam Age. Despite what we've been saying, you honestly aren't restricted to anything, and you can do so many creative ideas revolving around sewers, or if you want, you can just play the levels in a more normal fashion. While we do say you need to play into the gameplay loop of maintaining walls and supporting them, there's also a good chunk of strategies that don't need you to do any of that. You don't need to use walls or a plant that can attack backwards if you know how to play with that. I say that you should because it's recommended to do so, and with Creeps here, he's giving this sort of criticism that Steam Age doesn't allow you to play freely while he's trying to play freely, that backwards attackers like Starfruit, Rotobig, and Split Pea aren't enough, but these screenshots just show me otherwise. So in the context of me reacting to the video, of course I was going to bring up the game design of our world, but knowing what I could do, what my friends could do, and what the community can do in Steam Age, I just don't believe what Creeps is saying has much merit here. And again, I love to play around with random decks, that's where I get most of my fun. So if he's struggling so much, then I would point how he's not engaging with the gameplay loop, and is trying to do things like hoping Endurian or Peanut can take care of everything with sewers, and just not bring anything that can fight against backward zombies. I could really only point at how the worlds he's showed as examples of him playing with terrible plant decks on purpose are in 3 pepper worlds like Frostbite Caves and Lost City, while all of these strats I'm showing still very much have a focus on making sure the person isn't going to die in the 5 pepper world. Now, PMX calling Creeps an Eclipse guy has more context than saying he started off with Eclipse. Eclipse is known to have a good handful of levels, couldn't tell you how many are like this, but are more restrictive in what kinds of plants you can choose and creates more puzzly levels. And Creeps has said many times Eclipse got him into PvZ, and it's one of his favorite mods of all time. So in context to what Creeps is saying, PMX is pointing out Creeps likes Eclipse, which has this more restrictive gameplay for levels, but is criticizing Steam Age for having a world mechanic like that. Maybe he's talking in context to vanilla PvZ2 world design, but again, there are worlds with this sort of gameplay style to them.
Okay, let's just get to the end of the video, then we can comment on
Something
that
else,
better.
it's generally something you can play around. Nemesis 2 does make you instantly lose to playing without slowdown effects, even if it makes it far easier. Wild West can be played without solid backline support for prospectors if you're good enough, even in harder mods. Meanwhile for Steam Ages, I don't really feel this applies, which is frustrating to me personally. However...
Listen, you can beat the hardest level with Pea Shooter, okay? Like, what you're saying is just not true here.
you can beat Steam Ages without backward shooting plans. I know that some of the devs here did that as a self-imposed challenge and won. You can very much do that.
I guess you can argue, well, not everyone is equal, but
like, if you're saying, oh, even I can do this because if you're playing skillfully, it's the same applies here. If you're playing skillfully, you can get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did go on the whole spiel of how he plays in the dumbest ways possible and always wins. So, like, I guess if you're putting yourself on a pedestal like that, then you can easily be countered, argue, okay, well, if you can beat the hardest level with a pea shooter as like, the only attacker...
I can tell you, I can probably beat day 31 of Steam Ages without backward shooting plans. I can probably do it.
Oh, I don't think you couldn't. No, I absolutely
yeah.
That.
I'm just saying for the sake of argument. Like, I could probably
noticed on a replay of the levels in this world. On a first playthrough when you're just trying to win, I don't think it's nearly as prevalent. I think in Part 2, the stews also weren't nearly as annoying as Part 1, partially due to vastly improved level design. But I think it's still a...
Improved level design? No, it's just different level design. Part 1 focused more on the sewers, Part 2 focused more on the specials. You prefer focus on the specials. That doesn't mean it's better. It means you like it more.
Yeah, that's very subjective.
Please, Creeps, your videos reach a massive audience. Please get your wordings right.
Worthy criticism to point out. As a gimmick, it is indeed quite interesting, and can lend themselves interesting levels. So it's not a god-awful gimmick, just not one I like much. And of course, I'd say it's also by the levels, which I'd say are, on average, pretty darn good. Levels are a factor of any world, and are, realistically, the biggest thing that makes or breaks one. Because it doesn't matter if a world has the potential to be great, if the world itself can never reach that point.
I agree with that. Like, the PvZ2 China Steam Age had so much potential to be a fucking amazing world, and they've dropped the ball so hard on it. And I went into explicit details. Steam Age being bad had nothing to do with bugs or glitches that people made up. It had to do that the levels did not fucking play with its world mechanic. And when it did it poorly.
Yep, pretty much.
A world like Wild West and Vanilla has all the elements of a brilliant world, but the actual levels in Vanilla are pretty much wholly awful from start to finish.
No, okay, that is... I'm just going to point that, no. That's very subjective. I love Wild West levels. I love all of PvZ2's levels, except for Jurassic Marsh, mostly, but...
I think Wild West levels are just kind of boring, honestly, but that's just my opinion.
It's all preference. I really hate this kind of wording, because it's speaking objectively constantly, and it's like who determines if a level is good or bad and why? Like, you can say it's
there's no authority on that, and I hate that. Okay, I will kind of make a little jab at Creeps here, because I kind of have to if I want to make this point. But I hate when people say that, oh, they're like an authority on judging a level or something because they have experience with playing games like that or designing things like that. Like, I've been making music for nearly 8 years now, and I'm still not an authority on music. Because music is subjective. Nobody is an authority on music. Like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, game design is the exact same. It is insanely subjective. Even if you're working in the same grounds, you can do it so differently.
Like, the only way that you can possibly deem that something is horrible or bad is if you have a very, very large number of people all saying that it's not working for them, and they all have consistent reasoning.
Yeah,
like, that's
like,
the
obviously
only kind
we're
of
not...
way that you can judge it.
Yeah, like, for example, game reviews on things like Overwatch 2, overwhelming negative reviews on Steam, stuff like that. Like, obviously we're not... I want to make it clear, we're not just trying to say, oh, nothing can be criticized. That's not what we're doing. It's like, when you're speaking objectively on design of something, like... that it's a very gray area of, because it's like, okay, is what you're saying is just based on you and you only, and other people can resonate with you, but then you can have like an entire like hundreds or
You have
thousands.
to criticize the art. You have to criticize the art that you are consuming by its own merits. You have to consider what the art is going for. What is its goal? What is its purpose? If those goals don't align with what you want, then that's not going to work out.
Like, like we can play this whole semantic games of, oh, everything's subjective, but like, again, like, the thing is with Creeps and other players similar to him, not to try and bag a group of people or anything, but like they have a very different taste. So like, of course, Creeps won't like something like vanilla Wild West levels and think they're terrible when he's played something else that he thinks is amazing. But it's like, it's different though.
Yeah, it's different for everyone.
But yeah, I mean, like, again, this is a discussion for maybe another time. And honestly, if people are interested, I can talk about it. I'll make an essay.
I can talk about it as well. Yeah. I'm very passionate
Well,
about
Zombie
this.
only appears in like 3 of them. And the levels are all literally copy and pasted from each other, making vanilla Wild West actively miserable to play. Of course, for Steam Ages, this over-focus on levels is worse, as Steam Ages itself is forced to be reflourished for, as you may assume, obvious reasons.
What do you mean forced to be in Reflourished?
I don't...
That's such a weird thing to say.
What do you mean forced? We made it for...
We made it!
We made it for vanilla.
It almost sounds like you wish it was in a different mod or something.
It really does come off that way. It's like, what do you mean by forced?
It's like a weird
be
backhanded compliment. It's weird.
Like, I mean, is it because of the principles we follow? But like,
look, I don't want to get into it. I think, what was I gonna say? I think Creeps is like, yeah, I don't know. I think Creeps is very used to the things that he enjoys, and he really appreciates a lot of the ideas that we put here. But because he doesn't like Reflourished, he thinks it's kind of holding it back. Even though that's his opinion, which is fine, whatever. But yeah, I think that's what this portion of the video is.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna say, Steam Age being held back by or being forced and reflourished or whatever. I mean, I'm just going to say that's objectively not true or anything.
Yeah.
Like, it was literally designed for vanilla PvZ2. Reflourished PvZ2.
Our Steam Ages was designed like that.
Yeah. Even 2Cs, even if they did a crappy job.
For worlds like Wild West, other mods can adapt and improve on the lackluster vanilla levels. But for Steam Ages, what you get is, more or less, all you're ever going to get.
Yeah, so basically he's admitting it. He's like, man, I wish this was in a different mod where other people iterated on it.
I mean,
That's just,
So it's a damn good thing the levels are the strongest aspect, eh?
Well, at least he's saying, hey, at least the levels are good. So.
Yeah.
One of the most important...
I just wish that Creeps was like, I don't know, a little more blunt with stuff he means, but in a way that it's like, it doesn't come off backhanded, because I don't know if it's intentional or not, but I do I feel a little bit icky with some of the things that he says, just because they kind of sound like backhanded compliments. I don't know.
One pass to the level,
I don't know if he means it, but that's kind of how it comes off as sometimes.
It's their ability to twist the world's mechanics to create new experiences from the same few pieces. Think of it almost like modding a game on a micro scale. Your aim is to swap around these predetermined pieces to make something new of them. Of course, not every level should be like this. You need to define the norm after all. But the levels that are special are super important to worlds, and I feel like Steam Ages Part 2 understands that quite nicely.
Thank you.
From as early as day 20, it becomes quite clear they're cooking with fire. In a level that is arguably in need of a severe...
Oh, Creeps, you're making me blush.
Oh, Creeps, you're too kind.
Now it sounds like we're being backhanded.
Forgiven. All is forgiven. Everything I said about backhanded compliments, I take it all back.
Now we're being backhanded. God damn it.
Yeah, now we're being two-faced.
No, we don't mean that.
It is a fun challenge, using the world's minigame in a setting where it's not likely to kill you normally, but using mechanics to divert attention away from backward spawning zombies, and training you to pay more attention to the zombie spawns as a result. It's genuinely quite well done, albeit maybe a bit much. Day 29 makes this even more clear, using molds and this same minigame to create a level where you have to defend single tiles of walls against mechanics, coal miners, furnaces, and repair rooms, creating one of the most memorable levels in the entire world. These two levels to me in particular...
Pause, please.
Yeah.
I take back what I said previously. I thought he was gonna go somewhere differently than he did here, because this kind of tells me what I thought he was gonna go is like, you know, he wishes that these ideas were just used better somewhere else. And no. He's actually praising the way we use these ideas.
He
here,
was
so.
more so pointing it's unfortunate that other mods can't adapt it, I think, is what he was trying to comment.
Maybe it was something like that. Like, yeah, that was bad on my part. I'm sorry, Creeps.
I mean, hey, maybe at some point our Steam Age won't be exclusive to... I mean, it's technically partially an alt verse, but
don't
I mean, like,
fucking say anything. They will hold us onto that for years if you say anything.
You're like, oh my god, that was an immediate neck grab. I mean, like, at some point, I feel like when Reflourished dies, it's like, I'm sure people would be allowed to.
Be careful what you say. What do you mean by dies?
I mean, like, when it's over. Like, when we're done with it.
What do you mean
When it's done. When we're done with
years
it.
later.
Yeah, like 15 years later.
Listen. Their lawyers are very cutthroat. They're gonna use our words against us.
Well, whatever. We'll be long gone then.
Oh, so we're gonna kill ourselves?
Yeah. Yes. Okay, I'm continuing. Oh my god.
Show something important to me. An attempt to diversify how these same level gimmicks are used together in a memory.
That's actually a part of the plan, guys. We have like an employee pact that we're kind of all contractually signed to. Like it's not a point of
NDA.
No, it's not an NDA because we're talking about right now, but like we are contractually obliged to kill ourselves when the mod is over.
Yeah, everyone who gets into the dev team has to sign that.
Yeah, the
Memorable
suicide
way.
pact.
Of course, these are both big, flashy variants of this core concept. There are smaller ones scattered around the world which do a lot of heavy lifting visibly. For instance, specials are used way more carefully for the most part, meaning that they aren't used every single level, mostly. Zombies like Barrel and Gentleman become only a sometimes threat, not an always threat, and means that levels can—
No, I mean, that was kind of like, that's just a thing with part ones, is that part ones are more limited to what they can use. Like, you can't, like...
yeah, if you look at any vanilla part 1, it's gonna use the same 3 specials every single level, because that's just how it goes.
That's just all they have to work with, so that's why with part 1 we opted more to focus on the sewers itself, so not only can people get a clear understanding, but that can be the heavy lifting of level design.
Yeah, that can kind of like be the jumping off point for part 2.
And I really like that kind of level design. I really love how diverse sewers can be counterplayed.
Can focus harder on specific synergies and making them work, which I do love. Day 27 is perhaps the best example of this.
I made this level. I love you, Creeps.
A level which quite literally only has 2 specials, Repair Imp and Mechanic. The level even has a mana trim pre-placed, so those repair machines are likely to be further right than maybe you'd want them to be. And of course, Day 30 is a level which uses almost every
He understood why the magnet was there. Originally there was 2 additional magnets, but it escalated the level way too quick.
Yeah.
Single underused threat in the world, and flips them on its head, turning the Dingus Parade into
Pos made this level. We love Pos.
Dingus Army. A level that
Dingus Army
turns them all into actual threats in a really well thought out way, which I do genuinely adore. But there are still issues with a few of these levels to cover, just to cover all my bases.
Have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes to go up on that.
From start, I'm not personally a fan of most conveyors here.
Aw, man. I love Steam Age's conveyors are some of my absolute favorites.
I feel that most of them just aren't particularly fun or interesting to play. They all boil down to plan spam, with very limited strategy being employed for any of them.
Okay, no. So, okay, this isn't to rack on creeps. This is something that a lot of people with similar, I don't want to try and
people who have started. Okay, I'll just say it. People who have started with Eclipse.
I don't like
people who have started with Utter. Yeah, I don't like to say it either, but that's what we're thinking, right?
It's the best way to lay. It's not the best. It's a label that I don't like, but like the point of PvZ2 conveyors the point of conveyors in both PvZ1 and 2 are not supposed to be strategic. They're a break from the strategy.
Yeah, they're just kind of like, here's your plans, have fun, pretty much.
Yeah, that's like, it's not more elaborate than that. Like, maybe sometimes there were some strategic conveyors in PvZ2, but most of them are just fuck around and have fun, because it's like, in my eyes, it's like, it's good to have a break from the strategy, because even if the conveyors were strategy itself, well, it's just not that fun to try and make a conveyor strategic in my eyes.
Yeah, and I see this criticism everywhere. Oh, this is just spam to win. Oh, this is just spam to win. Oh, this is just spam to win. Yes, that's the point. Like, you get a plant, you put it down. It's as simple as that. Literally just, the only thing you gotta worry about is where you're gonna place it and when.
And you can argue...
that's the entire charm of the levels.
And you can argue, but you can, well, why not make levels not like that? Because we're copying PvZ2. We're not going to have every conveyor level be strategic, because that's not PvZ2's conveyors.
And also, it just flows well with the structure of the world. 32 is a lot of levels. You gotta have some breaks in there, man.
Exactly. So this isn't even criticism against creeps. This is like a general problem in the communities, that people just fail to understand that not everything in PvZ needs to be strategic. As counterintuitive as that sounds for the tower defense strategy game, not everything has to be strategic. It's very dependent
I guess
on...
you can say there, like, the amount of strategy needed is on a spectrum, and not every level has to fit exactly on the same space on that spectrum.
Yeah. Like, again, it's all just, again, per mod basis, and for us, we follow PvZ2's level design, so we're not going to make strategic conveyors. Unless we want to.
Alright, let's just continue. We were almost there, come on.
We just don't want to design things off like a laundry list of, oh, make sure we do this, make sure we do that. No, we just want to make what we want to make.
Yeah, we want to make what we find fun. And
we don't want to have to follow we don't want to, like, give ourselves a grocery list that we must follow that we're not really fond of. Like, oh, I gotta get eggs for Mom, gotta get...
man, you gotta get eggs for...
Bart. Eggs for Bart.
Too many plants, too many specials, and just a general lack of interesting ideas among them. Whilst most people this probably is an issue, but I just don't find them satisfying to play at all. Though I am willing to overlook them, as these clearly were not meant for people like me.
Exactly.
Okay, I guess it.
But I think it's still important to comment about that anyways.
And comment on is day 28 in particular. I don't like this level one bit. You open up the level and see Gargantua, Gentleman, Coal Miner, Furnace Zombie, Mechanic, and Repair Imp. And a hefty large don't lose X plan count.
So if you're wondering what this level is supposed to, this is supposed to basically be our Big Wave Beach 28, which also had a strict don't lose plant count.
Okay, this is meant to be our evil level. We have to have one mandated evil level. And yes, I'm pretty sure that specific instructions for this level to be made were that it should... Hold on, wait, what was it?
It's in level resources. The level resources
channel. Find it.
Yeah, and then start scrolling down until you see this.
Day 28.
I probably
this
said
level is
something
very evil and mischievous and is a sex offender. Those are the exact orders.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a sex offender level. That's part of our that's kind of hidden away in the our design bible. You can, like, we have common levels, full stop levels, and sex offender levels.
Now, Gargs are fairly bloody rare in this world, so your first thought would likely be, oh, this is going to be a long level. It's a one-flagger level.
Oh, cut that, that's
That
enough.
doesn't relate. That doesn't.
It's a
have to
long
relate to
one-flagger
anything.
level. This thing is straight up long on day 17, a two-flagger level. I am not kidding.
What?
No, he's saying they're both nearly the same count, but half flags. So this is
That
like a
doesn't-
two-flagger.
Why does that matter at all?
It doesn't. So he's going off his personal design philosophies. The thing about flags and how we treat them is like the escalation of levels. Because look at this first flag. Look how many more zombies there are compared to this one flagger.
Like, yeah, we treat flags differently from most mods, I've noticed. We use flags as a way to kind of, like, break down the pacing of levels, whereas most others just have these, like, grocery list items of rules for flags.
This is how PvZ2 does it as well. There's plenty of, like, Jurassic Marsh would be the most bastardized example. Those levels, like, range at most, like, probably 14 waves, but there's 3 flaggers in there that are, like, 14 waves. It's not about length. Flags are not used for length. It's about zombie density.
Yeah, okay, let's move on.
And as the moment I say this, someone's going to be like, well, actually, look, this 2 flagger and 1 flagger have the same zombie density. And are the same lengths. Okay.
You know what you should do to them? You should choke them like Bart Simpson.
I think I should put a copper wire down their urethra.
Jesus.
Okay, let's continue.
But it doesn't effectively communicate to the player what it's actually about.
It's just a level with...
All you have to know, don't lose plants. That's it. You know what specials you're facing off against. You know what kind of stuff you have to bring. Survive. This
is an instance of looking... He's not the only one who does this. I can name one other person, but I'm not going to name them. But they do this a lot, is they overthink something. This is simply just a don't lose plant count. Here's some dangerous specials.
Besides that, the level doesn't really settle into any particular synergy, and instead just generally tosses enemies at your face in an unsatisfying way. It's probably...
Okay, one question. What the hell does unsatisfying way mean? Can you please define that? Because that doesn't mean anything.
Again, very subjective. We're picking this stuff apart because we have to.
We're picking this stuff apart because we're evil. And we find enjoyment in tearing down other people's work.
No, stop it. No, it's just really vague. And I can keep on relaying the subjective point.
We get these kinds of criticism a lot, and we're just kind of... A lot of this is just us being fed up with the kinds of criticisms that we have faced thus far in our careers.
I mean, like, Creeps is not the only person who says this kind of stuff, so it's just, like, a good vessel to address this stuff.
Also, we're on good terms with Creeps, so we can get away with this.
Well, until after this video, but
yeah, after this video, we're gonna become enemies.
No, I actually been enjoying this video for the most part, but I think it is important to point out what we disagree with and why.
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's important that we I think it's important that we engage with this kind of criticism, because I don't want to ignore criticism, and I don't want to just say, this criticism, this does not apply to me.
All right,
I want to actually look at what it's saying and what I can take away and what I cannot take away.
I don't know what point Creeps was trying to make with day 28. It does come off to me as he was looking way too deep in what's just supposed to be a level where you don't lose plants. Here's the specials that are good at making you lose plants. And I don't get where he gets the idea that random specials were slapped in when he's commented previously on how well all the specials synergize with each other. Then there's the flag count he showed, which, again, flag counts don't really measure level lengths in PvZ2. There's a ton of levels in PvZ2 where flag counts of different kinds will be the same wavelengths as each other.
First level in part 2 for me, as a result. there is still the overarching issue of zombie usage being a bit interesting. It comes across to me as level makers just using whatever zombies they felt like that moment.
That's literally the most
That is
opposite of what actually happens. Literally, Slimeakku, before anyone started making levels, already told everyone, okay, this level needs this, this, and this special. This level needs this, this, and this special. Like, they literally could not choose specials for the most part. It was already pretty, like...
Yeah, we went over this, but that is the complete opposite of what happened. I think he's about to get into a point about too many special use. Let's see.
Morning. So, obvious favorites come across. See mechanic for reference.
No, I chose... You know, maybe... I should have made one less level with mechanic, but I'm like, let's just use a mechanic everywhere.
And furnace to an extent. While zombies like Inventor just disappear for 4 levels in a row before reappearing in every single level to the end.
Again, I really don't think this is a problem. It's coming across as a criticism, but I don't think every special has to be I think what he's trying to say is just how abrupt some specials can disappear for X amount of levels. Again, like, we don't try.
A lot of this has to do, like, remember, the way we structure levels has to do with a lot. It's not just about, oh, which special goes where. No, it's also about intros. It's also about pacing, where to put conveyors, where to put gimmick levels, how to organize the difficulty of levels. How do we communicate what we need to? What should the player be tested on? Like, there's so many things that happen in order to determine the order of levels. It's not just, oh, we have a level without Inventor here, let's put a level with Inventor here. Like, that's not how it works.
We don't do that. Like, I'd rather us have like 10 consecutive
sometimes
levels.
Compromises have to be made, and this is one of those times.
Like, I guess you can argue, like, it feels unnatural or whatever, but we don't care. I'd rather we make, like, with mechanic, for example, like, I'd rather, if this special is so good and fun to play with, I'd rather him be used throughout the entire world than just, like, deliberately gimping his usage case to checkmark a box of making sure every special gets an equal amount of distribution.
Yeah, that's the best put it. Okay, let's continue. We're almost there, come on.
A lot of specials are like this, where they disappear for very clear and visible gaps before reappearing almost consecutively.
Probably because we also wanted to have breaks from some of them for the player, you know, that's also a possibility.
Again, this is just very arbitrary, like, sure, you can point out when going through the thing and notice, oh, this special is gone, but it's also just very arbitrary to keep a consistent flow between each other. I'd rather the levels be, you know what I mean, like you said, I'd rather make levels that I believe will be fun than fill in a required check mark.
I mean, there is a counter argument that can be made there, and that counter argument is like, just do both. Like, you can make them fun and also consistent. But to that person I say, have you ever tried organizing 16 levels with so much stuff to introduce and so many level ideas? It's not quite that easy.
Yeah.
Sometimes compromises have to be made.
When we wrote the Steam Age level thing, we had every designer and level designer come up with ideas. Like, all those ideas could make a world of their own. That's how many ideas for levels there were. And not all those ideas even went through when we made part 2. Because I had my own ideas, and some levels had to be sacrificed to be put in place for PopCap's level types, like Electricity's advertisement level, or the Brain Busters. Some of those Brain Busters were ideas, but then there's the Zomboss fight. Like not every idea was going to get put in place, because there then need to be levels to intro.
Yeah, you gotta keep the structure in place. You gotta keep the structure in place.
Yeah, we needed to keep the structure of a world. So there need to be levels dedicated to that structure.
Okay, let's continue.
Here, it's not a huge deal, because there are whopping
overarching
issue of zombie usage being a bit interesting. It comes across to me as level makers just using whatever zombies they felt like that morning, so obvious favorites come across. See Mechanic for reference, and Furnace to an extent, while zombies like
I really just don't like this kind of talk because it's trying to speak like as if
Yeah,
they
it's
know.
trying to speak like they know how we work, and that's just not true.
I mean,
Like,
obviously he's not saying that directly, but
yeah, it's just a lot of assumptions.
Venter just
a lot of
disappear
assumptions.
for 4 levels in a row before reappearing in every single level to the end. A lot of specials are like this, where they disappear for very clear and visible gaps before reappearing
Okay,
almost
but
consecutively.
realistically, let's just pause for another thing. Here's realistically, is this really a big problem?
it isn't. I don't think it is.
It
Like,
is not. It does not
again-
deserve this much time in the video. It's whatever. It's a nitpick.
like at most it's a nitpick in my eyes. Like again, like I don't care about.
It feels like a cinema sins type of like ding score thing.
Oh my goodness.
I think having better zombie management would help future worlds out a lot. Here, it's not a huge...
But I have to ask you, what is being benefited from doing something like this?
I mean, I can see his point, but then again, like that better zombie management, like it entirely depends on what we were going for. Like if what we are going for goes against that, then the compromise will be made. That's how we work.
Like it's just very broad.
Huge deal, because there are a whopping 7 specials, but in future worlds, better special management will become key. Unless they keep adding a ton of special zombies, I suppose. I personally prefer fewer, but meh. It's a style.
I don't like few specials. I really do not like worlds with
I
lack of
also
specials.
do not like few specials. I really like variety.
Yeah, to me, one of my least favorite worlds is Big Wave Beach because of how lacking in variety is. There's only 4 specials throughout 32 levels.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Also, 32 levels. Like, 32 levels is a lot. You gotta have variety.
At the end of the day. Oh, and the introduction to Inventor being fully focused on using Magnetroom to turn him into a non-threat is certainly a choice.
Oh my god, stop saying certainly a choice. Just say what you mean. Say, I don't like it. Just be fucking blunt about what you want to say. This sarcastic persona is so annoying to me.
I mean, I agree. I think it's more... It is... Okay, as a designer, if you're just giving vague statements that you're clearly writing as a criticism, it is not helping us in the slightest. If you want us to improve our worlds, you have to explain to me why Inventor's introduction level showing off her counter is not good. Because I don't know how that's not a good thing to show her
it's
counter.
a choice. Like, please, if you don't like it, say you don't like it. Just, I'm sorry, this might be just a very, very certain kind of, like, button push for me, but I really hate when people don't just say what they think and instead act all smarmy about it.
Yeah, like, I especially don't get, because this is what PvZ2 levels do. They'll intro a zombie, and then pre-pick a plant that counters that zombie, so you know how to fight against it. This is just standard PvZ2 design. In the mod that's PvZ2, mimicking PvZ2.
Okay, we need to be done soon because
This
I'm
zombie
tired.
for failure, as a player meets a special at the exact same time as they learn the hard counter, which stops the zombie from really doing anything.
That's completely fine.
No, just no. That's not how it works.
Even then, that's completely fine.
It just really sells the fact
Like, Inventor's ability does not need to do something, because it is very simple to understand. She's a tanky flyer. Like, that is very case dependent on what the special is. Like, if Mechanic immediately got countered, and you couldn't figure out what he did within that 15 seconds, that'd be a problem. Because then how are you going to figure out what he does afterwards? But Inventor's ability is not complex and is simple that you can show her counter at the same time.
Yeah,
Back
like,
to
I
Inventor.
don't know. I don't understand what's wrong with that. Like, it's not like she's going to be completely trivialized by the fact that you know her hard counter. Like, okay, you're gonna know her hard counter. She's still gonna be a threat. She's still gonna force you to bring that hard counter if you want to do that consistently to her. But it's not like she's just gonna disappear. The magnet shroom still like grounds her. The magnet shroom can get clogged up by so many different other things in Steam Ages, and like it's literally just showing you an option that you can use. Like, what's so bad about that?
Another main point was to also just push more for magnet use throughout the world.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's like, okay, if Magnet Shroom counters Inventor, what else can Magnet Shroom do? And then you keep using him, and then you figure out Clockworks get countered, then you can learn Repair Imps get countered way later on.
Yeah,
in
it's very intuitive.
Isn't going to be doing all too much in this world, and I'm far from a fan of this decision. The level after already explores the interaction as well, and just removing Magnet Shroom here would help establish the zombie better, I'd wager. Probably the...
Why would it help establish her better?
I guess so you can try and attack her more to see how tanky she is, but I really don't think that that will improve
sure,
it.
I guess, but really, why does that matter? Like, why is that such a big point of contention here? Like, okay, whatever. Just
biggest concern is more or less the entirety of Part 1. Part 1 of Steam Age not only has less special than the second half,
okay, obviously it's Part 1.
3 versus 4, it forces the world to focus a lot more onto core mechanics of the world itself. And it...
Yes, hold on.
It just doesn't work for me.
Okay, for me. But it works for me, though. I really enjoy the focus of the world mechanic in Part 1, because that allows me to explore the world mechanic and what it can do.
It was all fun enough.
We've said this, I've said it multiple times, but yeah, that I enjoy Part 1 more than Part 2 by an inch, because the sewers are so much more versatile to play around with than in Part 2.
But when they are consistently the only major threat at level, and that's really all these levels have, I just don't think it works. In addition, the special usage is really bad here, as every single zombie appears in quite literally every level post-introduction. In fact,
that's literally how all Part 1s work. Like what do you expect? It's 3 specials.
I really don't know what would also be improved if we then just made levels where you can only use 1 or 2 specials then.
Like, it's just gonna lead to less interesting levels. That's it. That's all that's gonna accomplish.
We're not Requiem.
Only zombie
oh my god.
That doesn't consistently do this is Imp Zombie, who, needless to say, is not relevant. And Barrel Zombie takes a break for level 15 apparently.
Yeah, because
why are you dedicating a chapter to this? Why is this important?
I made level 15. I think I just didn't. Yeah, no. So Barrel was originally in this level, and then I found it to flow much better when I took him out. And yeah. I think I replaced him with some coal miners.
Yeah. See, this is like. This is what I mean. Like, you take out a special if you think it's gonna go make a better level, not just because you have to arbitrarily remove him.
Zombie who, needless to say, is not relevant. And Barrel Zombie takes a break for level 15 apparently. I don't know why.
Well, now you do. If you watch this Creeps.
Still.
Or if someone clips it for you. I hope if you're watching this Creeps, you actually sit to watch the whole thing.
This part.
Also, I hope Creeps that if you are actually watching this, don't take any of this too close to heart, please. We're only nailing
some nails in some bats. We're only trying to find your location. I'm shifting through my CDN server right now. Like, don't take anything close to it. I'm joking.
Extremely repetitive and doesn't really have any grace.
This was one of my favorite levels in Part 1. I like the plus sewer.
Standout levels. I do like Day 14.
This was my level. See, Creeps, you know I make good levels. Yeah, this one was one of my favorites too because of the shovel-less
The
thing.
shovel-less objective is quite neat, but the other levels don't do enough to be truly interesting. The minigame is introduced, but it's only the
Oh yeah, you know what, this part I actually find a fair criticism.
surface level stuff and doesn't really do a twist on it. There's a last
Okay, you know what, never mind. I thought he was going to mention how the endangered split pea happens right before it.
Yeah, that's a fair criticism.
Yeah, I think that was really bad. Also, just how easy that the blueprint level was in general. I think AB made that level too easy.
stands, but the best zombie for that gimmick would be Mechanic, who is straight up not here. In fact, most of part 1 is just Barrel and Gentleman, which I don't think are enough to do really anything at all, and really just highlights the sewers which, due to them being the only threatening thing here, do the exact same thing each time. This is probably a good point to mention here, that the order of zombie unlocks is pretty rough as a whole. Gentleman and Barrel are weak specials, sure, but don't do all too much between them to set the mood of the world as a whole.
What was that cut? Wait, so
No,
what are you saying?
It doesn't matter. It's an.
But
Who
don't
cares?
Don't do
all too much between them
Don't do what between them?
Don't do much between them.
to set the mood of the world as a whole.
To set the mood of the world as a whole? I'm not following.
While I'm certainly not suggesting Mechanic so early, I do
I mean, I'm sure he's very
We
well aware
literally
of this.
could not make a mechanic for release. Like, Jesus.
No, he's fully well aware of this. I'm not sure why he's writing it like this. I guess he's writing it in perspective of the world as a whole, but like he knows very well how part 1 and part 2 systems work. I know he was in development and he was aware of the part 2 roster, which did have Mechanic, and he knew explicitly that was part 2.
Yeah, but at that point, we didn't confirm how mechanic would work.
Yeah. I'm not sure what point this is trying to make. Like, this is just how part 1s are, is they put more focus on... I would say part 1s put more focus on the world mechanic to compensate for the lack of special variety.
Yeah, that's pretty much how all of them work.
Yeah, Frostbite Cave stands out to me with that especially. Like, it put a lot more emphasis on slider tiles. So talking about this special management stuff, I think it's very arbitrary, honestly. The way we design levels is we choose zombies that complement the level. A zombie disappearing for a couple of levels I don't think really is a problem. And I don't think anything is being benefited from forcing zombies to be used in levels they aren't supposed to be in for the sake of continuity, is what I understand. I really don't get the point much. Also, with the overuse of zombies, I don't think is a problem either. Majority of our players don't care about this. Our feedback form for Steam Age Part 2 showed that very few people, like about 7-ish of the 100, pointed out Mechanic being used in every level, and it wasn't because of his use in levels, but his power. I get the point about overusing certain zombies, but the reality to me is I think fun takes matter over this sort of thing, and our players think Steam Age Part 2 was fun, and I wanted to make levels to be fun, so I did what I thought was fun.
I do think Repair Imp and or Furnace, in the current lineup, could work in these early levels, instead of either Barrel or Gentleman.
Except for the fact that we did not have the resources to code him back then.
Yeah.
Like, you're making, like... I guess this is fine if it's like a 2020 hindsight thing, but like...
Yeah, looking in hindsight, it would be nice if there was another special in part 1, but it's like we couldn't or can't do anything about
reality
that.
knocks on the door.
Like, unless like there's an insinuation to go back and change the levels, that's not happening. For obvious reasons. I don't think anyone would ever overhaul their entire world like that.
I think he's just talking about this for the sake of the video, not really as a criticism for us.
Or just moved earlier in general. As is, these early levels just aren't very interesting, and could do with some spice. Steam Ages Part 1 is definitely the weakest part of Steam Ages, and to me in short, showcases the importance of level design, though I also do think it suffers because of when it was made. Steam Ages Part 1 and Part 2 were built at entirely different stages of
now he's getting onto the obvious.
development. The former when less level designers were on board.
Level designers had nothing to do with it. Like, pretty much the exact same team made the Part 1 and 2 levels.
Yeah, for the most part.
Hold on, let me make sure I heard him right. Let me make sure.
And to me, in short, showcases the importance of level design, though I also do think it suffers because of when it was made. Steam Ages Part 1 and Part 2 were built at entirely different stages of development. The former when less level designers were on board. And
No, the people who made Part 1's levels are the exact same people who made Part 2 levels. The only thing that changed is he had stuff now. Again, Part 2s are going to play so much different from Part 1s. We have
Also,
more to
with
work
Part
with.
2, we had so much more development time, whereas for Part 1, we had to focus on 11 expansions and Holiday Mashup at the same time, so, like...
Yeah. There's a very clear difference in focus when there's... compared to launch and an isolated update.
Yeah, like it's not really about, oh, these new level makers are so much better. It's just more about we've had time. We've had more time and more focus and more resources. That's it.
the latter when it got a lot of people in to help out across the board, and started seeing what people thought of the world.
Oh, what we
is
saw
that really
people...
true?
Most people were very... I wouldn't say that, no.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Most people liked Steam Age Part 1.
Yeah, like a vast majority of people enjoyed Part 1.
Tell this from zombies here. Part 1 has no truly new zombies, while Part 2 only has one returning zombie from 2C.
Yeah, again, for the first part, we had to focus on 12 different worlds at the same time.
You know, there's actually... So, one of our new developers, Mystery... He was in a Brazilian Discord server, and he said that the reception to Steam Age Part 2's dev diary was divided because people didn't like that the world wasn't more true to 2Cs. Like with Steam sewers and the tunnels, and like the new specials.
They just wanted a direct port.
Yeah. It's like, we can't do that. To be honest, I feel like if we had the technology to directly port 2C's mechanics, you probably would have.
Yeah, we probably would have. But I'm actually kind of glad that we have these restrictions because it forces us to be a lot more creative and we come up with very cool ideas.
Part 1's reception with Steam Ages was mostly popular.
Yeah, it was really positive. Wolfie enjoyed it. That one other YouTuber who played enjoyed it. Pretty much everyone in Reflourished Court enjoyed it.
You mean?
Yeah,
I really think the only thing... Like, again, because I was put in charge of playing the levels, so I'm like, okay, Part 1 focuses on the world mechanics, so Part 2, we created all these cool specials, so let me put less focus on the world mechanic in favor of these specials.
That's how it went.
It really didn't have to do with community stuff. We listened, of course, but it didn't really influence the way
like
we
a lot of
designed
the community just wanted stuff that we didn't want to do. Like a lot of community wanted that one mushroom plant.
Flat shroom.
Yeah, flat shroom, but we just did not want it. A lot of people just wanted fog, which again we didn't want. Like Steam Ages Part 2 is mostly our own creation, like 100%. No. We did not do what the community wanted. We did what we wanted.
Yeah, that's just how most developers operate. It's like they listen, but majority of the time they just do what they want. Because I mean, that's just how developers design their games. They make a game they want to play.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know. I think mechanic and clockworks are infinitely more interesting than just adding fog.
All right, come on.
Regardless, Part 2 does a lot of things well, and I can only hope they'll use what they learned through development of Part 2.
What have we learned from Part 2?
Hold on, Bossinator, you have echoing going on.
I don't even hear Bossinator.
I'm gonna have to mute him.
I never even heard him talk the entire time.
Yeah, okay. let's continue.
So what did we learn from part 2?
What do you mean?
Well, Creep says this.
Regardless, part 2 does a lot of things well, and I can only hope they'll use what they learned during development of part 2 to make the next world better.
What we learned is don't make an ambitious zombie-like mechanic.
yeah, that's primarily what we learned. Never doing that again. We also, we also learned that animation implementation can change balancing. We also learned that, we learned other stuff, I suppose. I can't think of on top of my head.
We learned nothing.
But yeah, we kind of learned what people enjoy from new parts of worlds, I guess. They enjoy new content like this.
It was a very successful update. It was very happy.
Part 1, that comes together far better. Both with better special placement throughout the world, but also with levels that aim to diversify the world's mechanics from the start, to encourage variety, to allow the world room to flex and prove itself better. If future worlds can do that, I think I'll be looking forward to future Reflourished updates.
And I hope we can do that too, but I think you gotta understand with the PopCap's world structure, they can't put all their eggs in one basket on the first part.
Yeah, the first parts are always going to be more focused on the world gimmick. That's just how part 1s are. And they're always gonna have
we're not
repeating specials.
I want to make it clear, this isn't to dismiss, we'll just do Steam Age part 1 again. It's more we kind of have to, because...
And I don't think that's a bad thing. Again, I really like part 1 of Steam Ages, and so do most people. I think the whole message of the video is a bit too tainted with Creeps' own bias here, but it is what it is.
For the first time, really, ever. And to that, despite everything, my hat is off of the developers for putting on in the true spirit of the world,
thank you,
a jolly good show.
Alright, thank you. So, overall...
All that said, on my world tier list, I'll put Steam Ages about here, which makes it seem somewhat high, considering all the complaining I've done about it. But here's the thing. In my honest opinion, you can't love something unless you, on some level, know that it sucks. As contradictory as that seems. Games are identified by their strengths, not their weaknesses. This is not something I'm going to argue. But what I am going to argue instead is that games are identified
because I'll be a contrarian and argue
by their strengths, not their weaknesses.
Games are defined by their strengths, not their weakness. True.
Not something I'm going to argue. But what I am going to argue instead.
But I'm going to argue with you anyways. No, keep going.
If you want to appreciate their strengths, you need to understand the mistakes and missteps made along the way. It took me a while to first start enjoying Reflourished. I'm gonna be fully honest here, I have a whole list of negatives I could say about Reflourished. I could legitimately
make a 10-minute video talking about why this level sucks.
Okay, that's just a giant middle finger to me directly. Creeps, just so you know, my DMs are open. You can talk to me for 100 minutes.
I enjoyed this level.
Yeah, I really like this level. I think this level is really cool. I shall not elaborate. My brother in Christ, the video is 56 minutes long. You could elaborate if you wanted to.
Make a video twice this length about them and still find things I've missed.
Yeah, so Creeps was originally going to make a video talking about
Reflourished
expansion suck. We knew very well about it, and I will admit, if he did, we were going to make counter-argument videos.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, again, I think throughout this entire thing, as we've been saying, he's just been trying to look for a different experience with those levels, or how he treated Steam Ages at some parts. It feels like he's just making sure there's not intentional, there should be a checklist of things to do.
Also, can I just say, Creeps has a nasty tendency to spin his own personal beliefs into stories or messages that he conveys in his videos, which is fine on one level, but on another level, I think it should be presented more honestly. Because the entire like message at the end of this video is essentially, oh, all of part 1 was bad, but thankfully they learned how to do it better, and I hope they do it better from now on. When I think that's just how he felt. Like I don't know. I don't think part 1 was bad at all. I don't think many people think part 1 was bad. And I feel like because he felt part 1 was kind of lacking, he made this entire narrative that part 1 is bad, and then we kind of got new level makers and improved when that's not the case.
No, we just had a lot more time to focus on a
and then like here he's saying he could make a 10-minute video about why this level sucks. Yeah.
If you ever want to, Creeps, like, if you genuinely want to continue to make more videos like this, just ask for developer insight. Like,
please ask for developer insight.
If anyone can do this in our Discord server, we do AMAs and all of this. Like, if you just want insight in how we design things or our ideas and how things happen, just ask.
Or you could just DM me. Also,
you can DM any of us who are in contact
this whole part,
with you.
I could legitimately make a 10-minute video talking about why this level sucks. Can you please take it down a notch? Like, okay, I get it. You don't like the level. That doesn't mean the level sucks. You need to learn to differentiate the two. Please learn to differentiate the two. Please. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's very damning to have this kind of mindset, especially when it can come to smaller modders. Because I've seen really certain people in this community scare off small modders because they get insanely critical, and it's like they just become a real shitty person because of that. Because now they scared off someone who's new to modding. Now that's one less person interested in modding PvZ2 or has a dislike for this community. This community is already very small. Like, this isn't Creeps specifically. Creeps does not do this.
Yeah, no,
to be clear.
I think Creeps is actually, like, he has improved a hell of a lot in the past 2 years. It's a lot of the other people that keep doing that.
Yeah,
but
Creeps, there's a good chunk of other people like
I really want to give this piece of advice. When you say something sucks, and then you say, I shall not elaborate, you just sound like a dickhead. Like, I'm saying this with the best intentions. I'm not trying to make fun of you. Please, if you say that something sucks or you don't like it, please elaborate. Like, if you don't mean to elaborate, then just don't say it, because you come off as extremely, like, petty and rude, and, like, there is no reason to come off like that. I don't think you mean that, genuinely.
That certainly is not something that has ever changed for me. However, recently I found ways to categorize a lot of the issues Reflourished falls into, and on some level, justify them. I think Holy Mashup is a pretty bad world, but upon rethinking, there are 12 unique sets of zombies in a 48-level world. I was never going to like it. A large chunk of levels in the expansions...
Yeah, Creeps, Reflourished isn't for you. We understand that much.
...themselves are pretty sloppy, but these were the early levels made for mods, and don't accurately represent the rest. Even within those levels, the most reoccurring issue is an overuse of world gimmicks within those levels.
That's not an issue, though. That's just
of world gimmicks. That doesn't mean anything. You cannot overuse a world gimmick. That's why it is a world gimmick. Because it appears everywhere in the world.
What makes the worlds different from every other world is its world mechanic. You can't really overuse a world mechanic. That's literally what the world centers around. Again, like, this is just old preference. You might not like it, but that's not an issue. Again, I really don't like that kind of wording of treating it as a fact.
Which explains a lot.
Like, obviously, you're not trying to do that, but it becomes jarring when you specifically clarify your opinion, and then you say something without clarifying it. But I guess it's putting you to having too high of expectations. But like, I think the big problem stems from just how a lot of people act within this community. So I'm going to spill something. It's that there's too many people in this community that unironically think game design is objective. And we've had our own balanced designer applications scream that to us, because We have a very simple true or false question that says game design is fundamentally objective, and way too many people got that question wrong for our liking. Like, I think it spells out a huge problem with the modding community, or just how players act in this community, is that they think game design is objective, and then like they'll overuse terms without understanding, like design this, design that. This is like just an overall problem in this community.
A lot of Wild West especially, even for Steam Ages this applies, its issues come down mostly to special overuse, a mechanically weak gimmick, and
No.
No, this is opinionated. This is all very, very opinionated. Please stop using it as if it's fact.
No, I love our usage of specials. That's never going to change.
I love the gimmick. I just straight up love the gimmick. I know a lot of other people also really like the gimmick.
Like, I'm just going to say it, our usage of specials is rarely, if not never, going to change.
Yeah,
Like,
there are no plans.
Like every other mod follows this toning down specials and focusing more on basics being the threats. I don't like that. I don't find that fun. So I'm not going to create my levels like that.
Amen to that.
and some level design that needs touching up. These issues are not enough to outweigh the levels that are genuinely great. The plans which, even if I may not like them all, are genuinely unique, are the incredibly solid zombie selection. To me, at least, this categorization helped me a lot to find a good Reflourished. It's not a million issues all at once, it's a few persistent ones. It feels a lot less overwhelming to me when it's like that, and that helped me think a lot more positively about this mod. A lot more.
Okay, I feel like if you're saying it's not a million small things, it's just a few consistent ones, those consistent ones are intentional. Like, they wouldn't be consistent if they weren't intentional. And they are intentional because that's the way we like them. And that's the way that you don't like them. I think it's pretty clear.
Yeah,
like,
it's just not seeing eye to
like
eye.
A lot. Yeah, we just don't see eye to eye on these things, and that's fine. You can have your mod preferences, and we can have our mod preferences, and make it how we want to make it. You don't have to like it. I appreciate very much that you enjoy the Steam Ages, but I'm just gonna say, a lot of the stuff you criticize is not gonna go away. We like it that way, and our players like it that way. And if you can't enjoy it, then I'm sorry about that, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, it just ultimately comes down to, this is what we, the developers creating the mod, find fun. So it's like, why would we take away what we find fun for us to play?
So, like, yeah, if we were making a mod specifically for you, then this feedback would actually be helpful, because we would understand what you like and what you don't like. But we're not making this for, like, you or the types of players that kind of have similar experiences to yours. We're creating this for an entirely different group. And if you can find some enjoyment in that, I'm very happy. But if we just don't see eye to eye, then that's also perfectly fine. Again, I respect you as a creator. I really don't want any of this to be taken personally. I just want to say, like, I understand what you're trying to do with the video, but this is just the way things are. And we're probably not going to change the way that we handle part ones, or the way that we approach zombie special handlings, or whatever that was. Like, maybe we're gonna try to think about it a little bit differently from this video. I don't want to discredit this video as a whole. I think it's a very well-made video.
It is,
but
a very
again,
well-made
I'm just trying to say, like, don't expect things to change anytime soon. We are keeping it this way because we like it.
Like, unless we want. The only way these formats will change is if we think it'll be improved by changing it.
Yeah. And right now, we don't think.
Currently, yeah, right now. But that's also dependent on, okay, would part 1 of this world benefit more if we had 4 specials instead of 3? And such.
Yeah, like, it's a lot about just the stuff
the world
we find
itself than anything.
Right? Yeah, the world can be anything, and we do a lot of things because we just think it would be cool. Like, a lot of ideas that we have for future content just came because we thought it would be cool to add. So if your approach to design is don't add anything that doesn't have to be there absolutely, then that's just not gonna happen, because we add a lot of stuff that you may not deem necessary because we think it's gonna be cool and we think it's gonna add variety.
Penix. There's one.
Penis.
There's 1 minute left. Come on.
Okay, let's go. Come on, let's go.
We've been at this for like nearly the whole fucking day. We started at 3 o'clock.
And
okay,
for the details about myself and the process of making this video, it was miserable. But a suggestion to those still watching, to try the mod from time to time. Or if you're still watching and haven't played the mod, to play Reflourished itself. Every mod ever made has passion and hard work put into it. The fact that a mod even gets released is inherently valuable, and an absolute challenge to overcome. A small miracle in its own right. That's not to say to blindly love mods, or even like them. But here's the thing. The only thing modders get for their time and effort is the satisfaction of people playing what they made. They don't get paid for making it through experience, after all. If you have an Android device or access to an Android emulator, I strongly recommend the experience. And linked below will be a guide on how to download the mod. If this overly long video hasn't convinced you that I do seriously care for this game's mods, maybe a bit more than I should, I don't think much will. Anyways, this has been Creeps, and have a good one.
Oh my god, we're free!
Hey, okay. Look, Steam Age Part 2 out now.
Okay, for real though, that was a pretty good video. Even though Creeps, it's like usual points that he makes that I just really don't see eye to eye on. I think the subject overall was done respectfully. I applaud the amount of effort that he put into this video. I think it's very well edited. It was definitely entertaining all the way through. One thing I would suggest to kind of like maybe look into is he sometimes talks way too fast and it's hard to understand what he's saying, but I'm pretty sure he's already aware of that. Either way though, that has been our reaction, and I am absolutely dying. My throat is so dry.
Do me so hard.
Okay. Wait, Slimeakku, are you done now?
I'm watching something.
Okay, but are you done recording?
But are you watching it too?
Would you do
Yes, but are you done recording?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay.
Would you do
me?
Do me so hard. Oh my god. So overall, I enjoyed this video, and to be honest, I do find it hard to like a lot of Creeps videos for me, just because I don't agree with a lot of his takes. My overall criticism is how he conducts himself. Sometimes he'll just talk way too fast and it's hard to understand him. A lot of times he will say something that he doesn't elaborate on, and those times aren't something to gloss over either. He will speak in a very authoritative manner, or speak about something factually and move on without explaining. There's also other things like his use of reductive argument or using his experience playing games as merit, but I did think he did a good job on nailing parts of the video like the synergy of zombies, certain levels, the gameplay loop of the world. I thought those were good. So yeah, thank you all for watching. This is what took me forever to upload again. I've been not only busy with Reflourished, but it's taken me forever to go through this video to sift through it and make my comments. So as always, I will see you in the next video. Bye bye!